This channel shouldn't be allowed.
How's it going? Good, good, good. It's kind of cold and I like that, so yeah, good. I'm hunting sunlight antelopes on my hardcore. I just made the sunlight crossbow now, making some bolt. I think around 5,000 should be more than enough. I don't think I need that many. Yeah. Pretty good, man. I love Baltimore. It's so far the greatest city ever. You know, it's where the Coliseum is, the Hunter Guild is, you have a lot of useful stuff. So good, man. So good. I even unlocked this mixed fur. No, it's not a fur. It's like a mixed something. It's like a fur that you made out of the sunlight antelopes. And it's better than green hide by a lot, so that was like my best in slot. Now the mixed hide is my best in slot. It's really good, man. And I didn't need the crafting level. I just had to pay the guy in the crafting guild to make it for me, like 20k per piece. So I got new best in slot boots that I didn't have any. I got a new top and bottom best in slot for range. It's really good, man. It's really good. But yeah, it's pretty nice, man. Yeah, I think you know, the way they did Colosseum, you know, to make it not that such a hassle like the Inferno that you have to go through all those runs and everything. I think they learned their lesson like early, right? Like, oh yeah, people don't want to spend like 2 hours doing the Inferno, and you can argue, oh yeah, but if you speedrun, yeah, regular people wouldn't do that, right? So not only with the Colosseum, but the city in general, everything is so useful here, dude. Like there's nothing useless in this in Baltimore. There's like infinite stews. That's definitely gonna help me on RFD. There we go. Yeah, yeah. I mean, I want that sunlight crossbow to just test it in case that I have to farm a specific thing while PBMing, or if I want to do Slayer or anything. That's gonna be really good. And since it hits so fast and so like so fast, and it really hits high, I want to get as much volt as I can. Wow. her down.
Libra head the ship he owns a shield he tanks with.
Mm-hmm. Oops. I meant to click the combat potion. Did that guy get a rare later? The
Three, 4.
you know what's really funny? I was looking different ISPs, dude, and there's a lot. The fact is that they don't come to where I live. There are like local ISPs per province or pretty much city. Ah, come on. I think lagging, dude. I'm gonna check my game messages later. I feel like I'm lagging. Feels weird. Today I had 4 DCs, so I'm kind of like not even sure. I feel it weird, but you know, for these connections today, but I don't think it's functioning as proper. But yeah, I ran out of options. I really don't have anything else. The OSRS that I want is asking me for a lot of personal info. I'm like, no, I'm not gonna give you like referrals. I'm not gonna give you where I work. I'm not gonna give you amount of money I make per month. That is stupid. I'm buying an internet service, not a home. So no. I was like, get back to me when you implement common sense, you know, internet. And they're like, yeah, you know, it's just that without that we cannot proceed. I was like, yeah, I don't care. You know, I'll keep complaining with my ISP. At least I get a discount. So I've been looking for ISPs, but yeah, they're local ISPs for local cities, so they actually don't care about expanding their territory because their customers are in a specific place. So I'm kind of stuck with this one. Don't have anything else. But yeah, it's pretty sad, dude. Tomorrow I have to check again my bill to see if they reduced supposed 6 days that I didn't have proper internet. And yeah, pretty much keep calling, dude. Like Thursday, another technician is coming here. Like I don't know what else to do. I'm very persistent. I call them every day. Like, you know, have you solved the issue? What issue? I don't see any issues. Like, read the notes. Oh, let me send you a technician. I was like, send all of them. Send all the technicians you want. I will keep on calling until the issue gets resolved. The issue is not me. The issue is not outside. The issue is you guys. Solve it or keep calling, keep giving you proof, and you will keep on losing money with me. I don't care. I guess somebody, you know, from the finance team and say, why are you giving this guy discounts every month? What the hell? Maybe he steps in and start telling people either fix this or get fired. That's the only way that I guess he will be fixed. I think some executive has to, you know, pretty much tell them, why is this guy getting discounts all the month? Why are you not fixing the issue, right? So it's really sad, dude, because, you know, there's so many ISPs. It's just that they're local, so you know, they don't go outside of the area, so there's no way for me to test them. And you know, having a Starlink is just a massive stupidity. Oh, the thing comes from the US, so you have to pay taxes in customs agencies and get raped. Like, come on, dude. Like, whoever designed the Starlink project for Latin America has to be like completely an idiot. Like, they don't know how Latin America works, you know. Probably ChatGPT can come up with a better plan than whoever runs a Starlink for Latin America. I swear to God, bunch of morons. It's really sad. It's really sad. Okay, I'm gonna open a business in the country, but guess what? There's no offices there. There's no number you can call. There's absolutely nothing. I'm gonna ship you my product from the US and you're gonna get taxed like crazy in your country and you have to pay me for the service, but guess what? You won't be able to enjoy it for like 2 weeks. I mean, just like the entire Starlink thing in Latin America, you have to be a complete idiot to get that service. Like, it's not like that thing is gonna drop from the sky. They have to give you a stupid appliance. What if it breaks? Where do I go? Where's the warranty? Who do I call? There's nothing. Just, you know, stupidity on Twitter. Like, who even uses that crap in Latin America? Like, I want to know. Like, if you live probably in the jungle, maybe. In a city, that doesn't make sense. Swear to God, dude. Like, whoever is the person that, you know, the executive of Starlink, they're complete morons. They don't understand how, you know, globally things work. They probably open a map and they're like, yeah, I see coverage here, you know? But yeah, it's a bunch of
Is that the
idiots.
real human?
No, it's a fake account. It's actually me. I impersonate human because it attracts a lot of viewers. Oh, later, where is your girl?
Human comes in, says I like Slayer and Toa, then something racist and leaves. Quotes by Human.
Where's your girl related? Going. Oh, yeah, lady, I got a sunlight crossbow now. I'm really happy, dude. Thought I did it right. I don't know why I got hit there. Right.
In addition to running for president, I'm also getting my MFA in creative writing. That's a tidbit. It's a little tidbit for you. Bukowski, we love Bukowski, don't worry about it. William Burroughs, naked lunch! I thought it was about a buffet at a strip bar, but it was something else very good. I personally prefer the naturalist Faulkner James O. Henry. His name was just Henry, but when his agent read Gift of the Magi, it was so good he said, "Oh, Henry! You've done it again, Henry. This is all true things about books. These are all very true things about books that I've learned." I remember an English professor came up to me once, big professor, strong professor, tears pouring down his corduroy vest under the copy of the Baffler, and he said to me, I said, "Don't get tears on your Baffler." He said, "It's okay." He said to me, sir, when you were president, it was the best of times. And when Joe Biden was president, it was the worst of times. And I said, that's Dickens. I knew right away that's Dickens. And Dickens, of course, the plural of dick. It's like child. It's like child.
He safe spotted, right? Yeah. Yeah, I plan to add some longer clips. I just have them on. I just have them in store. I just have to check them. Oh no, what did I do there? Oh, I had the side on. Yeah, not a bad solve, honestly. Bring this guy back. Man, that bug lasted like what, 4 hours plus? I went to sleep and I woke up and I think they just fixed it when I woke up. I think it was 4 or 5 hours. Good thing that I teleported away. Like 6, yeah. Good thing I didn't get the KC. Imagine if it was something good, dude. That would be upsetting. Yeah, when I read on their Discord that they were gonna, you know, refund people and, you know, yeah, we're aware that some items disappear, we're working on this. I was like, nah, it's a very long issue. They're not gonna resolve it in like an hour. That sounds like a very long ass problem, you know? And the fact that they did a small rollback, it just pretty much tells you everything you need to know, man. I just find it amazing that, you know, they don't test this stuff. Or they don't test it enough that, you know, there will be people abusing a bug, right? But again, it's not the first time, right? The TO on the farming guild and, you know, the max cash when you died on PvP and that's why whenever there's an update, I'm like, oh my god, what they're gonna do now? You know, it might be good content, but not well tested. Yep, farming table spawn, yep.
This channel shouldn't be allowed.
That's probably a bot too. I think when that evil thing happened, I was maxing, so I didn't even notice. Or I was probably working. I don't remember, dude. I think at those times I was working in the office and I was playing on mobile. So, you know, I used to come home and just sleep. Because, you know, going to the office is really tiring, so. Yeah, but do you know 9 of those 10 experts don't have high KC? So I doubt those experts. Sí, en los tres. I don't know, man. Yeah, but no. If it's not Kegger, I don't believe you then. That guy knows what he's doing, man. Kegger has to tell me that. If he doesn't tell me that, then I don't believe you. Hay un plugin externo de OBS que es para streamear donde quieras. De hecho, estaba viendo la manera de si crear una cuenta en Face y streamear por ahí. Aunque no pueda poner chat en pantalla, pero tal vez. TikTok no tengo confianza, pero Facebook, Muy bien. Six. Y lo agarraste.
There's this guy, the first no-named cellular. I bet you have a lot in common with him.
Oh yeah, Cellular is actually the leader of a group that I go. We call ourselves the Truth Seekers. We know a lot of things, human. And we know you are also a government agent. Cellular told me, don't speak to human. He thinks that the Earth is spinning around 3 billion miles per hour. That's not possible. Let me show you this chart. Como derecha o izquierda, no entiendo. Dude, I know, right? What a stupid thing. Like, a rollback. How bad you have to be at developing content if you do rollbacks. Like, I mean, the updates, I love them. They're good, but come on, man. Just test them a little bit more. I don't know, for the sake of... Right? Ya te lo paso. Yeah, there we go. Oh, nice. No, I'm Venom. What do I do? Elated. I'm Venom. What do I do? Elated. Elated. Help me, Elated. No, what prayer, man? What prayer cures Venom? You're lying to me, Elated. You're lying. Why do you lie to me? Why do you lie, Elated? Why? Damn, you serums, are you crazy in this economy, dude? No. You can barely afford restores. Sí. Yo es que, digamos, no me gusta estar como metiéndole a la gente que me sigue en todos lados porque siento que es un poco invasivo. Como la gente, como esos videos de MrBeast, denle like, subscribe. Puta, me estoy muriendo de hambre aquí, o sea, no. Entonces yo como, si me preguntan si los tengo, ahí se los paso, pero no me gusta estarlo como metiéndoselo a la gente en la garganta. Si me lo preguntan, se los doy, pero si no, no. Yo no ruego ni por likes ni por subscriptions. A mí me importa poco nada porque yo no vivo de esto por dicho. Entonces, por eso no pongo en la descripción porque creo que es como comprometer a la persona. Hopefully this is Mage. It's not Mage, it's the latest fault. And it's the latest fault. Sí, el site es bueno. Para cuestión de DPS nada más, pero lo importante es el movimiento. Se puede traer aquí en site si no sabe cambiar prayers. No va a durar mucho. Man, I have 1400 sunlight balls. I'm very happy. No, hombre, yo cuando vi el Discord de ellos diciendo que estaban viendo y que tenían muchos reportes de items desapareciendo, yo me fui a dormir. Yo me fui a dormir, perro. La verdad, yo no esperé, es una estupidez, ¿no? Un problema tan grande usted no lo va a resolver. Ni que usted fuera Amazon, ¿verdad? Sí, sí, sí. Pero yo digo, es que esta hora no lo testean, ¿verdad? O sea, como que este juego es como que el que hace el código esta hora lo contrataron ahí en Craigslist, man. But yeah, it makes you wonder, like, what's their development process, right? Because, you know, I have worked side by side with developers in security. And, you know, they are really, really careful with what they push. Like, you know, because, well, it's mostly because the company that I work for, they work directly with clients. So, you know, if you do something wrong and the app crashes, yeah, your job is at stake if you do that, right? If you do something wrong here, what are people gonna do? Rebel on Power World 2 and be like, you know, this update sucks, right? I guess that's the difference between the coding of a game and the coding of a company. That pretty much, you know, the future of your position could be at stake if you do like a critical mistake, right? But yeah. A mí no me pasó nada, más bien me devolvieron unas cargas del site. Por dicha, el Ralos que había sacado lo había sacado en la mañana, entonces no me lo quitaron. Los que deben estar ahí más afectados son la gente que estaba a los Irons, para que sacaron algo importante. Imagínense un Iron que haya sacado así como un tío o un site o como que mal. Eso sí me daría cólera. Pero no hay nada que se pueda hacer, no te van a volver las cosas. These rollbacks kind of remind me because, you know, we have earthquakes here very frequently, so they always say, oh, have an emergency kit when an earthquake happens. You know, it's not a matter of if it's gonna happen, it's when it's gonna happen, right? So their rollbacks kind of reminds me of the earthquake policy here, like always be ready for a disaster. It's kind of like that, right? Whenever we update something, you know, just expect the worst thing to happen. You know, don't do anything dangerous on the 2-week period that people are testing this, right? Kind of reminds me of the earthquake policy that we have here. You know, have canned food and, you know, breathe. We haven't had a big earthquake since what, 2006, but yeah. Sí, dicen que es muy bueno. Claro, yo tengo que averiguar cómo se juega y todo para meter a mi Iron Man ahí a subir a Herblore, pero estoy un toque trabado con mi ISP, mae. Voy a ver qué diagnóstico me dan el jueves. No voy a tener que ir a la sucursal que tengo aquí de Claro y decirles que por qué putas me piden tanta información. ¿verdad? Decirles, madre, perro, es un contrato de una ISP, weón, estoy sacando un carro, o sea, como que cuánto gano y no sé qué, a usted qué le importa cuánto gane. O sea, yo gano $3,000 o $5,000, eso no es su problema, madre. O sea, yo entiendo para qué claro hace eso. Pero bueno. Uf. Sí, no, yo todavía no voy a dar ninguna guía, más que todo porque no sé qué tan lejos me va a llegar el Iron si sigo con estos problemas de ISP. No sé si guardar la serie para después y hacer pure los fines de semana hasta que saque el Inferno y guardar ese Iron para después hasta que consiga un ISP. Hoy me puse a buscar en Google muchos y hay muchos ISPs en Costa Rica, pero no llegan a mi área porque son locales. Entonces digamos, yo vivo en San José, Cartago, Alajuela, Limón, Punta Arenas, Guanacaste. ¿Sí, verdad? A ver si me recuerdo las provincias: San José, Cartago, Alajuela, Heredia, Punta Arenas, Guanacaste, Limón. Sí, son 7. Ok, entonces hay ISPs que son solo de provincia. Entonces, digamos, yo contacté a una ISP, pero solo funciona en Cartago. Contacté a otro y solo funciona en Punta Arenas. Y yo, madre puta perro, pero como no expandes los horizontes, ¿verdad? Pero por eso es que Telecable, Claro, Colby, estas pichas tienen tanto poder en San José, porque son los únicos que están en todo el país. Pues digamos que vos y yo abrimos una ISP, ¿verdad? Entonces lo abrimos en San José y nos llama alguien de Punta Arenas y dice, quiero internet. Y yo le tengo que decir, no, man, no tengo postes ahí, no tengo equipo. Entonces nos estamos perdiendo todas esas ventas porque no tenemos infraestructura, o sea, imagínate. Y yo me quedo así como, mae, ¿verdad? Yo es que necesito una conexión decente, tiene que existir, ma. Yo me niego a pensar de que no existe. Ahorita estoy haciendo cosas muy AFK en el Iron. Digamos, estoy eh, cazando antílopes del sol para municiones del Sunlight Crossbow. Pero, ma, yo quiero eventualmente hacer Corrupted Gauntlet, quiero hacer un montón de cosas. Pero hoy, si hubiera estado en Corrupted Gauntlet, yo hubiera perdido el status. Entonces no sé si tirarme como hizo Manu de ¿cómo se llama? De simplemente guardar el hardcore para después hasta que tengamos mejor conexión. Porque otra opción es esta. La otra opción es, ¿cómo se llama? Hacer todo el contenido con datos móviles sin streamear, porque datos móviles no se caen. Pero solo sería, o sea, subir el recording nada más, no hacerlo en stream. Que eso le quita todo el chiste a la serie. Pero es que no tengo muchas opciones, ya es demasiado, son 2 meses y nadie arregla el problema y ya me quedé sin ISPs, entonces no puedo hacer mucho. Voy a seguir mañana buscando en Google ISPs en Costa Rica, a ver quién ya va a llegar a mi casa. Pero, o sea, ya estoy un toque harto, y un toque triste porque muchos planes se van al basurero cuando la ISP no funciona. O sea, morir en el coliseo no es nada para un main, pero para un hardcore es todo el esfuerzo que se hizo durante meses. Y el problema es que yo no voy a empezar otro en este año si se muere es una estupidez de tiempo lo que usted tiene que invertir. Entonces, ¿verdad? Yo quiero morir por un error, yo no quiero morir por un ISP. Pero bueno. Pero sí, no, ¿qué te diré? O sea, yo, digamos, desde el 26 hasta ahora estaba medio bien. Y ayer empezó el issue y hoy se fue 4 veces. Y yo dije, mae, no pasa ni una semana sin problemas. Entonces, ¿cómo predecir el problema? No se puede, porque es, ¿verdad? Pero vamos a ver, vamos a ver. Yo estoy con esperanzas de que lo puedan resolver, pero yo creo que yo tengo que llamar tanto a mi ISP que esta gente diga, mae, que un ejecutivo llegue y diga, ¿por qué ese muchacho está recibiendo tantos descuentos? Que se enojen y diga, para finanzas esto no tiene sentido. ¿Qué es el problema? Porque nadie me puede explicar. Entonces, mae, que ya sea que un ejecutivo les diga, huevón, ustedes como no arreglan esta hora, ¿para qué les pagamos, verdad? O que, digamos, simplemente me llame alguien de alta gerencia de telecable y me diga, mae, perrito, yo veo aquí que usted tiene problemas todos los días. ¿Qué está pasando? Entonces yo explicarle ojalá sea una persona de gerencia técnica que cuesta mucho encontrar. Existen, pero cuesta encontrarlos. Entonces que me llame y me diga, no, mae, yo veo que el problema no sos vos, no sé qué, el problema tal por cual. Entonces, mira, si un 6, pues no sabía. Pero ahí yo no sé, ma, yo soy muy persistente. A mí me pela el banano si tengo que llamar todos los días, ma, a mí me da igual. A mí yo he llamado todos los días desde hace 2 meses, ma. Yo no me canso. Si quiere alguien necio jodiendo los temas, y usted me conoce, usted va a saber que cuando yo quiero algo, usted me dé algo, ma, no hay persona más necia que yo. Entonces yo le dije a la ISP, a mí me molesta, yo les puedo llamar todos los días, yo mandé todos los técnicos hasta que ya no tengan. Digo, mándemelos todos. Digo, pero de aquí nadie me va a mover de mi punto que hay packets todos los días a cierta hora. Yo tengo los videos, tengo las grabaciones de CMD. Entonces usted no me puede decir que eso es normal, que es mi equipo, porque ya llevamos 2 fibras y 3 modems. Y no son mis equipos porque ya nosotros lo testeamos local. Son ustedes, y si ustedes no quieren investigar, voy a seguir llamando y ustedes van a seguir perdiendo plata. Entonces, a mí no me molesta. Yo les dije eso, yo siquiera ponte en notas, madre, que el cliente está molesto y que va a llamar todos los putos días del año, hasta en Navidad y en Año Nuevo, hasta que usted resuelva el problema. Digo, y usted a mí no me va a decir que no llame, porque es mi derecho, y usted no me dan el servicio completo. Esto no es parte de los SLAs. Y no me va a salir con que estas cosas pasan, porque siempre pasan todos los días. Si pasara una vez al mes, se lo dejo pasar. Si pasa una vez cada 2 semanas, se lo dejo pasar. Pero si pasa cada 2 días, cada día, pero yo no le voy a dejar pasar a usted ni una sola factura, ni una sola, man. Entonces, si usted quiere, man, yo trabajé en Collections, yo puedo llamarle a usted todos los días y decirle lo mismo todos los días, que usted se enoje y se borra de mí. Yo digo, alguien le tendrá que llegar a este problema. Si nadie le llega, voy a tener que seguir llamando y jugar lotería hasta que ustedes me traigan a alguien que sea, que tenga el conocimiento técnico, que tal vez casi ninguno de ustedes lo tiene, para averiguar cómo se produce la latencia. Y ya. Y la muchacha me dijo, no, está bien. Yo, no, les aviso, para que no empiecen de que uno está llamando porque me da la gana, yo tengo pruebas de lo que yo estoy hablando. Ojalá fuera que yo llamo porque quiero que me bajen la factura. Me vale a verga si bajan o no la factura, ¿verdad? Y llegó además el hecho de que yo los deje pasar, el hecho de que ustedes han encontrado anomalías en el poste, el hecho de que yo les doy a ustedes videos, man. ¿Cree que yo llamo para que me bajen la factura? Bueno, son $10 de una factura, man. $10 en Costa Rica, man. No hace nada con $10. Pero tal vez en el año 91 se hacía algo con $10 en este país, man. Pero en este año $10 ni una comida rápida le alcanza. Entonces, sí, va a tener que seguirlos llamando. Vamos a decirle, descontamos la factura, llegue y le descuéntela. Sí, es que a mí eso es lo único que me gusta del ISP que tengo, los maes sí te dan atención buena. O sea, tal vez no sepan qué están haciendo, pero hacen el esfuerzo. O tal vez no sepan el problema, pero hacen el esfuerzo. Siempre hay otro malcriado ahí o juega vivo, pero en su gran mayoría son gente muy orientada al cliente y sí hacen las cosas que dice que van a hacer. Entonces yo por eso, digamos, es como escoger, por ejemplo, no sé, morir ahogado, morir ahorcado, morir quemado, ¿verdad? Entonces usted puede decir, dime, no sé, ahorcado solo ya se me quiebra el cuello y me muero, y quemado, uy, mae, no, qué dolor, de ahogado, no sé si es tan bueno. Entonces yo lo veo así, ¿verdad? Como que cómo se quiere morir usted. Los ISPs yo lo veo como escoja el menos malo. O sea, digamos, ¿cómo se quiere morir usted? Y, no, es que nunca pensé en morirme, mae, ¿no? Pero vamos a ver cómo se quiere morir. Entonces, ¿verdad? Es como eso, mae. Usted está escogiendo en qué parte de la película de Final Destination usted se quiere morir. Entonces, digamos, usted dice, bueno, mae, eso se ve menos se ve con menos dolor, voy con eso. Yo estoy así con los ISPs. Digamos, yo no agarro esta porquería de Metrocom, que es cable color, porque esos maes tienen un servicio al cliente en Guatemala o en El Salvador. No saben las direcciones de Costa Rica, no entienden los problemas, no entienden nuestras frases. Y, o sea, uno no está siendo racista ni nada, pero es imposible, mae, que una persona de otro país entienda lo que usted está pasando. Y si ellos no entienden, no están viendo, no entienden las calles, y no entienden las referencias, y no entienden nada, no entienden el problema que de otros ISPs, me es muy difícil comunicarles a ellos mi molestia sin que ellos me digan que todo está bien. Entonces como que digamos, Telecable, que es 100% costarricense y ellos tienen solo empleados de Costa Rica, y por lo menos si ustedes explican algo ya ellos como que se orientan más. Entonces como que eso es lo único bueno, ma. Digamos, Tigo, todo el call center lo tiene outsourcido en Guatemala. Entonces es lo mismo, ma. Usted dice, ma, es que mira, tengo un problema aquí. Yo todo bien y yo, ma, perro, no. Yo digo, vea, algo explotó afuera de mi casa, por ejemplo. Pero yo todo bien y yo, pero yo vi un transformador explotar y se fue el internet. Sí, pero yo veo que el internet está bien. O sea, yo creo que usted está asociando cosas que no son. Yo, pero usted viviera acá y usted vería los reportes del Instituto Meteorológico Nacional. Usted vería que hay una tormenta eléctrica y que lo que le estoy diciendo es posible porque en mi área, bla, bla, bla. Y ellos se quedan ahí bateando y te dicen, madre, le va a resetear el modem. Madre, eso no va a servir porque el modem no enciende. Ah, seguro es un problema de poder en su casa. Entonces, por lo menos Telecable, con toda la mierda que tiene, cuando yo les digo que hay un problema, más esos más no se ponen en pichas, como Metrocom, como Tigo, como Liberty, como Claro, como todos estos regueros estúpidos que te dicen, madre, no le creo. Pero así, digamos, usted ni siquiera, no, todo está bien, no le creo. Algo más y yo, no, se va a atender así, no me atiende. Entonces, por lo menos Telecable, con toda la porquería que tiene, ellos sí escuchan al cliente, man. Y tal vez te diga, man, tal vez lo escuchan y no hacen nada. No, sí. Por ahí ya me han venido a cambiar 3 modems y 2 fibras. Entonces, se puede decir, sí, pero eso no ha arreglado el problema. No, bicho, pero digamos, en Metrocom yo no puedo ni sacar ni un modem. Esos más, yo digo, tengo un problema de conexión. Hermano, aquí todo está bien. No está bien porque se me está cayendo el audio de las llamadas. No, no, yo que todo está bien, pero no me diga eso porque usted no sabe nada de redes y si quiere, en este momento le va a preguntar qué es el modelo OSI y usted se va a quedar en blanco. Aquí hay un problema de red. No, 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 a mí me sale que todo está bien y yo, pero voy de nuevo, aquí hay un problema. No, 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 yo todo bien y yo, ok, man, yo digo, tenés esta oportunidad de mandarme un técnico si no me voy de la compañía. Y me dice, no, 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 ma, es que yo no sé para qué usted se va de la compañía, si este es el mejor servicio de fibra, no sé qué, el eslogan de la compañía, ¿verdad? Y le dije, pero es que usted no me está entendiendo, o sea, yo trabajo desde mi casa, yo me doy cuenta de estos paquetes. Sí, pero seguro su compu, yo sí, son 5 compus separadas los que están teniendo problemas. O sea, se jodió una tormenta solar y me jodió todas las compus, vea lo estúpido que son usted en este momento. No, 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 es que no sé qué, yo no, pero técnico, ya, usted no sabe lo que está haciendo, hay un problema mayor, o es el modem o son ustedes. Aquí no soy yo. Y esa gente de Metrocom, no, man, no, 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 todo se ve bien. Y yo, ok, pero, ok, le devuelvo el servicio esta semana, ya lo pagué, dígale a alguien que pase. ¿Por qué? ¿Por qué? Yo, porque sí, weón, aprenda a atender a sus clientes. Y el madre, no, no, madre, pero ¿cómo es posible? ¿Cómo nos vas a dejar por eso? Y yo, madre, yo los dejo por la razón que me dé la gana, madre. Yo puedo pagar hasta 3 ISPs al mes si me da la gana, ma. Y si usted no me convence, yo me voy. Pero ustedes no son un matrimonio, ma. Yo me puedo ir en cualquier momento. Me decía, sí, sí, ma, pero ¿cómo no le diste la oportunidad? Yo le di una oportunidad a la persona que yo llamé. Si ustedes no quieren confiar en lo que yo sé de redes, todos ustedes creen que yo soy un imbécil. Entonces, no, ma, no estamos al mismo nivel de conocimiento. Yo me voy a otro lugar. No, no, mi hermano, ¿cómo es posible? Si quieres te dejamos un mes gratis. Y aunque me deje el año gratis, no me quedo en esta porquería de ISP. Digo, aprenda a tratar bien a sus clientes, man. Cuando alguien le está diciendo a usted que hay un problema y usted no quiere escuchar porque usted está cagando y necesita ir al baño, Por lo menos haga un tiquete, ma, haga la orden que yo le estoy diciendo. A usted no le cuesta nada, ma, la botella. Entonces ese es el problema, ma. Digamos, si telecable no se ponen mierda. Si yo le digo, ma, tengo paquetes, ma, no le creo, aquí tengo el video. Uy, sí, ma, voy a investigar. En ninguna parte me dicen, ma, no, yo creo que usted está llamando porque quiere que le bajemos la factura. Nunca. ¿Verdad? Creo que hay algo que dice como de waves, como split waves o algo así. Pero creo que si tiene una screen pequeña como yo, ese sale detrás del inventario. Yo tuve que hacer la full screen para encontrarlo porque no lo encontraba. Pero sí, man. Lástima, no conozco otros ISPs, pero a mí me gustaría conocer otros ISPs. Pero sí, man. Yo no conozco absolutamente a nadie en Costa Rica que me haya recomendado un ISP que no sea malo. Todo el mundo que me ha recomendado ISPs en Costa Rica, man, no tiene idea de lo que está hablando, no conoce cómo funciona internet, no sabe lo que es tiempo real, no sabe qué es TCP, no sabe qué es UDP, no sabe qué es el modelo OSI, no sabe cómo medir latencia, man, no sabe la diferencia entre un ping y un test real de velocidad. O sea, es... Man, yo me vuelvo loco, perro. Para volverse loco, man, porque es como gritar en un desierto, man, nadie lo va a escuchar. Por ejemplo, Metrocom me lo recomendó un ex compañero porque decía que un compañero de él tenía ese internet y era buenísimo, perro. Primer día issues, el primer fin de semana que los tenía se cayó todo el internet y yo, más esa no es manera de tener un servicio, perro. Es como que nada que ver. Pero monstruos con el mismo ataque o off-tick. Sí, eso es un off-tick. Eso es exactamente lo que te estoy diciendo, eso es un off-tick. ¿Verdad? Entonces es como que eso es un off-tick. Si no sabes hacerlo, tienes que cambiar de pilar. Pero con mal gear cambiar de pilar es una pesadilla, por eso es que el video de Void me tomó como 8 intentos. Que se puede, ¿verdad? Pero entre menos defensivamente y ni eso. Porque el mae que yo le estaba haciendo coaching que se rindió, él trató de hacer eso con Justicia, pero como los Feminix le pegaban tanto, él no pudo. Entonces digamos, uno puede tanquear daño hasta cierto punto, ¿verdad? No, esta PC sirve bien. Yo solo compro cosas cuando se joden. Yo no soy como chico Apple de que, uy, madre, salió la última tecnología. Que no. Normalmente la gente que conozco que se arma esas monstruosidades de PC gamers las usan 2 veces y la dejan ahí tirada, madre. Yo no conozco a nadie que se haya armado una mega PC y que la use todos los días. Siempre es como que la arman y es como, ah, sí, ahí está, madre. Tiene colores. Pero yo no. Yo soy lo contrario. Si la cosa sirve, se puede arreglar, pues vémoslo hasta el final. Y ya cuando no hay opción, cambiémosla. Y arreglemos la otra y regalémosla. O, ¿verdad? Dejémosla ir, ¿verdad? A la anterior le saqué el disco duro y dije, tal vez le pongo uno nuevo y no sé. La dejé fuera para que alguien se la lleve, pero ¿verdad? O sea, ¿qué voy a hacer con tremendo armatoste, madre? Nada. Sacarle eso, sacarle las RAM y ya, man. Porque si es la tarjeta de video ya es muy vieja. ¿Verdad? Sí, tristemente a mí no me gusta el contenido que no es consistente de dinero. Tal vez a final de año, si me mando uno, tal vez, pero ese tipo de rates no me gustan porque no son buen dinero, entonces no me interesan mucho. Totemic no lanza nada, Totemic es que va curando los monstruos paulatinamente. Totemic lo que hace es que el monstruo, o sea, lo curen, ¿ves? Este coso, este tótem, ¿verdad? Por eso ahí está el nombre de Totemic. ¿Cómo se llama? Lo que hace es que cura al monstruo, pero si te deshaces del tótem, no de esta manera estúpida, si te deshaces del tótem, vuelve cada 2 minutos a menos que mates al monstruo. Antes era un tótem para todo monstruo, es un tótem por monstruo. En el boss es gratis. Cuando llega a 7.50 sale un tótem, lo matas y después sale en 2 segundos. El kill no dura más de 2 minutos, ¿verdad? A menos que tengas como el kill que yo hice con el Cure con 65 fuerzas. Entonces, para una main, el kill debería durar tal vez 3 minutos o 4 máximo. Entonces, si te vuelve a salir el tótem, le tiras un arrow o le tiras un spell y se muere. Pero, sí, o sea, por ejemplo, aquí no sé cómo esa vara se activó, pero bueno. Ok. Ajá. Sí, yo lo creí es que no estaba activa, pero ¿verdad? O sea, el tótem es esta cosa que sale a la par de los monstruos. Bueno, no tenemos Bruce, pero si nos sale un buen spawn es sobrevivible. Hay que ser cuidadosos con el prey y listo. Que son estas invocaciones de mierda, bicho. ¿Ves? Entonces Totémica hace esto, lo cura. Y si no lo matas, lo sigue curando, lo sigue curando, lo sigue curando. Creo que eso me va a pegar, pero... Ah... Pena. Ay, madre. Ay, gracias a Totemi que me hizo delay del kill. Pero bueno. Ay. Todo bien. Pasa por confiar en el Tivo, ma. Yo no sé para qué hago eso. Es como si tuviera Alzheimer y no hubiera aprendido el infierno, ma. El Tivo nunca, 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 ma, le va a ayudar a usted, ma. El Tivo va a hacer todo lo posible para hacer que su kill no sea exitoso. Y ya no sé por qué siempre confío en el Tivo. Literal. No sé, ayer había chequeado. ¿Verdad? Listo. Eso es lo que hace Totémica en realidad, hacer un delay de todo. Está difícil sobrevivir sin Bruce con Totémica y con algo que esté off-tick con la mantícora, pero mae, todo bien. Se me quedaba al lado derecho, el Minotauro se metía por detrás, curaba la mantícora y era igual o peor. Ay, me traje esa cosa de la poción, qué bruto. No, el Tivo tiene esa fama desde el infierno, siempre es lo mismo, man. Cuando usted está en un momento crucial donde ocupa pegar o usted muere, siempre hace lo mismo, siempre. Lo que es el side y el tumbo que no hacen eso, pero el Tivo siempre, siempre, man, siempre en momentos críticos le da por no pegar. Siempre es lo mismo, man. El side y lo que es el tumbo que no siempre, siempre pegan. Pero el Tivo es como que, 0, 0, 0, 1, uy, man, un 1, uy, 3, uy, 0, uy, 4, uy, 0, uy, un 70. Y yo, man, sí. Por eso a mí me gusta, por eso a mí me gustaba el Bofa, porque el Bofa es consistencia, ¿verdad? O sea, no es como que obviamente superior al Tivo, pero el Bofa es tan consistente en algunas partes que obviamente es mejor. Pero bueno. Por eso la idea cuando usted está haciendo speedrunning es que le trate de hacer side a todo, ¿verdad? Porque es más efectivo contra todo. Pero es ridículo el Tivo, ¿no? Ya van a pensar, puta, esta hora debería valer 800 millones, así como cuando yo lo compré en 2021, ma, eso es lo que debería valer. Esta hora no vale los 1 punto y algo billones, no lo vale, ma. es muy impreciso. Se puede tener veces slot, estar fully potted, igual que en el infierno, no va a pegar, o sea, no va a pegar. Probablemente estaría haciendo cosas en Lyra. Probablemente. Pero sí, es una lástima, porque digamos, es un bow que vale tanto, pero para mí esta vara debería valer 800, 700 millones como valía en 2021, man. Ahora no vale los 1.4, 1.6, está loco, man. Sí, cuando yo hacía Hydra con Blowpad, creo que los kills eran de 2 minutos. Me pasé a esta vara y era 1 minuto. Pero o sea, yo no creo que vale como 1 billón extra eso, ¿verdad? Pero dime, todo bien, o sea, digamos. La precisión está como el tubo que el site y el último tío. Siempre, man, siempre, pero. Solo el infierno y ya. Terminar esa vara y dejarla guardada, a ver si se me ocurre otra cosa. Es lo mismo con el hardcore. El único objetivo del hardcore es. ¿Cómo se llama? El único objetivo de hardcore es terminar Inferno y Quiver, y después de eso ya queda guardado de por vida. Porque no me interesa hacerle ningún otro tipo de contenido. El Quiver por ahora solo Inferno, porque ya tiene el Quiver. Pero no descarto en algún momento aprender PvP y llevarlo. Pero por ahora no. Como en 60 millones, creo. Lo compré hace como 3 días. Y me lo traje por error, pero. Me interesa, pero. Y quedarme en ese tal que tenía marcado, pero bueno. No tengo miopía, ¿verdad? ¿Qué tal? Sí, salva un poco de tiempo, la verdad. Bueno, por lo menos te sirven. Sí. Antes eran los elfos, ahora son los buyers. Sí, hay varias. Ahí están las de Inferno y las de Coliseo. Las puse en playlist. Ojalá cargue algún día. Suave, para volver a arreglar esto. Ahorita lo puedo por el Minotauro. Ok, perfecto. Ah. Está un pick-off eso ahora, pero bueno. Sí, es que digamos, para el Coliseo uno lo puede hacer hasta con Void. Lo que importa en realidad es la mecánica, digamos. Lo bueno es que este lugar solo tiene 12 waves. Entonces no es como el Inferno donde ustedes se quedan pegados en 50 o en 60 o en triples o en Jad y solo pueden hacer como un intento por día o 2 o 3. Aquí digamos, yo diría que pueden hacer hasta 3 intentos por hora, man, o hasta más. La cosa es que esto cuesta plata. ¿Eh? Es que lo ideal es jalarlo aquí con el side para poder matarlo con el side. Pero a veces para mí no siempre es posible. El juego anterior si hubiera sobrevivido así, quién sabe, man. No, man. Star es imposible de resolver con 3 monstruos, pero es un outstar. El Minotauro tenía que salir de primero. Como no sale de primero, es inalternable. O sea, tal vez lo que... la próxima vez me quedo, cuando salga eso, me quedo del lado donde están los Rangers, madre, porque por eso puedo jugar e irme a la derecha. ¿Verdad? Entonces, no, la próxima vez no voy a confiar en que mis armas peguen, madre, porque ya veo que no me está sirviendo eso. Voy a quedar del lado izquierdo con los 2 monstruos, porque eso solo protect from range, tal vez un hit, y después me muevo a la derecha, porque eso no me sirvió, porque el chamán venía de primero, el chamán viene de primero, y te enfrentas a 2 monstruos, eso no es alternable. Nadie puede alternar, eso es imposible. Entonces es como que, ok. Ay, madre. Me falta un iron, perro. ¿Qué fue lo que banqueé? Ok, ahora chequeo el gear, man. Siento que algo me hace falta. Ah, el Venom. Me falta el Venom. Ah, es que estaba banqueando la otra cosa. Ok. Para traerlo. ¿Dónde está? Aquí está. ¿Qué tal? No tengo los orbes, pero no me sentaba a hacerlo. Eso no importa en realidad. Yeah, they are. Sí, el boss no es realmente problema aquí. Son estas cosas y los waves, pero el boss no es el problema. ¿No? Creerías que funciona, pero no. Hay gente que siempre me pregunta lo mismo. Pues, el bot está ahí para trolear porque nadie lo lee. You have to be patient with Tivo, man, because, you know, Tivo is garbage here on the Inferno, you know. We are done suck enough, you notice that you're hitting a lot of zeros on the final phase, and, you know, 11 zeros in a row, and kind of like expected. I don't know why this Tivo is worth so much. It should be less than a bill. Okay. Oh, nice. Ay, Mike. Qué divertido está el Coliseo. Me va a pasar de mundo a ver si cambia algo. Dios mío. Y siempre es cuando tiran un update, siempre es lo mismo. Ya estoy acostumbrado a estas cosas. Doble spawn en el 7, más eso les dice todo lo que ustedes necesitan saber sobre este update. No, está en espera mientras estoy entrenando el hardcore. Quiero terminar esa serie y concentrarme en eso. Nice. Y lo dejé en hold porque solo puedo hacer los fines de semana. Entonces lo estaba tirando un bond a la basura el pure. Entonces quiero terminar el hardcore y listo. El hardcore es para que vaya al coliseo y el infierno. Pero no he podido hacer muchas cosas porque de agosto estoy con un problema de la ISP. Entonces digamos, no he podido hacer mucho. No he podido hacer mucho por eso. Y como digamos, cada run del Pure son como 2 horas. ¿Verdad? Well, it depends. If you're getting faster kills, then no. Es como la cosa con el Pure, digamos. Yo solo lo hago 2 fines de semana porque tengo que estar muy concentrado haciéndolo. Pero digamos, ahorita actualmente con el problema que yo tengo con el ISP, prefiero morirme en el coliseo, ¿verdad? Prefiero morirme en el coliseo muchas veces que morirme con el Pure. Entonces como... I mean, if it works for you, you do what you like. If it works better for you to do it just melee, then that's the way to go. Yeah, for example, Banner can help a lot here, but you know, all these monsters, I think including the boss, are with this slash, so yeah, if you wanna be fast, you wanna pretty much melee everything. But on these situations, it can help you because this guy is like immortal, the shaman. It's just ridiculously strong, you know, you get a T-Bow, you cannot hit it, you get a mace, you cannot hit it, you get anything, you cannot hit it. It's ridiculously strong and ridiculously persistent. Sí, ya tiene el Fire Equip. Lo que me falta es sacarle ahora 70 Smithing, 70 Construction y Herblore para tener los requisitos de Song of the Elves y empezar a questear. I'm gonna choose re-entry. I don't care about the time anymore. But yeah, I mean, Venerable is really good, especially in the trimits and everything, but I mean, done it without Venerable, but just for time's sake. Sí, yo no, ¿cómo se llama? No me gusta tanto el Iron, pero quería sacarlo en el Hardcore. Para ese ya lo hice, punto, y no volver a jugar en un modo así. ¿Verdad? Pero, yo me imaginé que iba a tener tantos problemas con el ISP. Que esto empezó en agosto, ¿verdad? I was using a ton of fervor. Yeah, that's true. Honestly, Inferno is more. I mean, I like it more. If it had drops, it will be better. I like this content, but I just don't like the fact that it has a lot to do with RNG, right? So, I mean, on Inferno, sure, there's RNG, but it doesn't weigh out so heavily like here. You know what I mean? Again, I cannot run to your side because this guy is gonna follow me and it's gonna make everything a mess. So, see, this type of things, right? See, those type of things, you know, the Manticore with the Shaman, like, come on, dude. Right? Yeah, that's the bad thing about this place, you know. It's just that those things, it's not that it makes it harder, it's just that you need to have good luck. Like, how can you predict those waves? You just cannot. I mean, on the Inferno, unless if you're a pure, then yes, you know, you need a little bit of luck, right? But if you're a regular main, you don't need luck. here, even if you're a main, you need luck, right? So I have re-entry. I don't want to deal with this. I'm here. Yeah, and also Shaman reminds me of kind of the Nibblers in the sense that, you know, they're very weak, but you miss your barrage over and over and over and over. And you can go with full Ancestral and you'll still splash and then have minus 20 defense. And you're like, what the hell is going on with this NPC, right? They're kind of like that, you know, it's just like completely immune to everything, you know? They're completely immune to everything. You can banner them, they don't die. You can use a side, they don't die. You can use a maze, they don't die. You can use a Tumakan, they don't die. So it's like, okay, what do I hit this thing with, right? And it's extremely accurate, like 20s all the time, right? It's really, I guess, the most annoying monster. You might say, oh, the Manticore. Yeah, I guess, but you know, that thing, that little thing, when you have two NPCs here on 10, like happened to me, this thing makes it not a, something that you can alternate, right? So. Why do I even try, right? Why do I even try? Yeah, the shockwaves are amazingly weak, right? But the little majors are amazingly strong. I don't understand this game sometimes. It's like, it reminds me kind of like the Nibblers, minus 20 everything, and kind of like nonsensical, right? And it's just one tile and I want to brute force this guy because, you know, with re-entry I'm gonna run out of space anyways, right? The brute force is not very effective with bad gear, but honestly, dude, I'm not gonna sit there and start like alternating this and trying to avoid the re-entry. Like, screw that. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. If I didn't have re-entry, I'll try to off-tick, but with re-entry, it's just completely stupid because you're gonna lose your ground. I have myopia 3, so moving around and counting and switching prayers is just a waste of time. Brute force it, you're not gonna die. If you die, you have very bad luck. Right? I mean, on up here I wouldn't be able to do that, of course, but I would like to see some content related to this for a best in slot in Magic to complete the combat triangle. Yeah, it's just that at that point you just have to brute force, man. Like, you know, the more you try to save there, if you have like max gear, is completely stupid because, you know, right? Okay. Okay. You remember when they said that the Colosseum was going to be like infinite waves? Right? It would be great to see how they implement that, right? But yeah, it's just that if you already have it for 2 styles of combat, you should already have it for mage, but then where does that put the mage arena, right? Is it like something that you add to a mage arena to cape, or what? It's kind of like the quiver, right? If the quiver had the same ammunition capability saving as the assembler, Dragon Slayer 2 will be kind of useless, right? So they're like, okay, you have to take it to Ava with your assembler to get the ammunition saving thingy, because otherwise you're just dropping your arrows or darts or whatever all over the place. So it could be a complementary thing for your mage cape, I guess, so they don't make the content of the wilderness useless. Dude, I swear to God, there is no way to alternate that. It's just a death sentence. What is wrong with this place? Every update that comes out messes up the RNG. I've said it over and over again. Every time there is an update, the luck gets messed every time. Every single time. Every time there is an update, the RNG gets destroyed. I don't know why they do this, but every time they change something on the game, everything gets destroyed. And when I was doing Inferno for 1 year, it was the same thing. There's an update. Oh, I'm not hitting the healers of Jad. Oh, you know, I cannot kill the healers on Suck. You know, I just hit zeros. It's the same thing here, right? It's just some amount of a stupidity. Whenever they update something, they break absolutely everything. It takes weeks to come back. It's always the same. And the way that I know this is that I have dates of when Deadman mode came out, when what's it called, the Forestry came out, all those Desert Treasure 2 came out. All of those updates ruin absolutely everything on the Inferno. My Tivo couldn't hit. It's just the same thing over and over. Jagex doesn't know how to develop code. They hire like a guy on Craigslist to develop crap. It's always the same thing. Always the same thing. It's never a change. It's always the same thing. These people don't know how to develop absolutely anything. These people, like for example, if you put them in charge of a pharmacy, they'll be killing people 24/7. They don't know how to operate code. They don't know code sanitization. They don't do QA. They don't do anything, dude. Right? So, I mean, they had to realize, oh, you know, somebody's abusing a bug because we don't test products. Come on, dude, give me a break. Like, where is your QA? Like, when people bought this crap, you don't test these things on beta? Come on, man. Like, seriously. And every time that there is an update, every single time, dude, every single time, something like this happens. I get impossible stuff on the Colosseum. Suddenly my TO is not hitting. It's always the same. Always the same. And that's why whenever there is an update, I know that I'm gonna have a bad day and a bad night because it's always the same crap. It's always the same crap. I have recorded evidence of this in the Inferno. It's always the same. Oh, when my TO hit 11 zeros in a row, oh, Desert Treasure 2 came out. Oh, when my TO was, when I couldn't kill the healers on Suck because I hit 0-0 on everything. What happened there? Oh, you know, what a coincidence. Deadman mode came out. When I have 5 sets because I couldn't hit Suck, oh, what happened? You know, Desert Treasure 2 came out. It's always the same thing. Always doing updates, they mess up stuff. And I remember telling my friend, he was like, how those things are related? Dude, I was like, dude, if you don't know about coding, don't even tell me that things are not related in technology. You know, things don't happen because, you know, somebody goes and changes something and you say that things are not related in networking and programming, that's laughable, right? But whenever somebody tells me, oh, that doesn't make sense, I was like, yeah, it doesn't make sense to you because you probably are very, very ignorant in how technology works. But I was like, if you knew how technology works, you know that changing a specific thing can alter it absolutely everything. But yeah, it is just so stupid. It happens on every update, and I even made a video about that, and it's always the same, and people can actually relate to that. And people that tell me, no, it's not true, you probably haven't done repetitive content, like never ever. You have sat down like, you know, for 3 kills in a row in the Inferno, or 10 or 15 kills of this thing in a row, and you notice when the update happens, the dynamic changes completely. But, you know, it's hard to explain to people, and they're just, oh yeah, RNG. RNG doesn't exist in technology. Like, no matter how random you are, it just doesn't exist. And they're like, no, it exists. And I'm like, yeah, explain how. Yeah, it's very stupid. Like, this type of things is like, you know, always on updates, always on update, regardless if it's new content or fixes. Always these things happen, no matter what. It's always the same thing, dude. I mean, and if you like, for example, work on something related to networks, you will see that, for example, crash inside of the firewall can happen because somebody have the same session ID and suddenly the packet gets dropped and you're like, oh my god, I'm losing connection. It's not that. Somebody had the same session ID. It's not because they hijacked. It's because, you know, the firewall generated the same session ID. What are the chances of that? Pretty low, but it happens, right? And, you know, this type of things you learn them when you troubleshoot technology, or if you work with people in coding, they're like, oh yeah, we made this small change and suddenly people cannot log in. And it's always the same with updates. Always pay attention whenever you're doing repetitive content, what happens with updates. Always something goes wrong, and it's always the same. It's always the same. Which is really stupid because that lets me know that probably they change things on the fly. And they're like, oh my god, we messed up this, let's fix it without telling everybody, or let's fix it and not tell everybody we're having this issue. Because the thing that, you know, with this supposed RNG that we have in this game is that I think it works on this buckets. So to me it works on 3 buckets for me, right? Bucket 1 is my account, right? We suffer on every update. Every time that there is an update, actually, you know, our accounts goes, it crashes, we get destroyed. This also happened to me on Rune Dragons, by the way. Account number 2, every time that there is an update, the RNG gets boosted, like I tested with this guy Phoenix that used to come to Twitch. Every time I was having a bad night in the Coliseum, he was having an amazing night getting rallies. When he was having a bad time, I was having a good time. So I was like, okay, you're opposite of bucket 1, you're bucket 2. And there's bucket 3, like my Rune Dragon Alp, that he's not affected by anything. I think that's the most rare account that it is, because my second Rune Dragon Alp never had a bad day in Rune Dragons. He was so proficient at Rune Dragons that sometimes he will make more money than my main, and my main had better gear just because he was getting a lot of Dragon Links. So I think those 3 buckets exist. The first one, me, that every time that there is an update, my account just goes to garbage bin on RNG, related to luck and everything. Account number 2, that is the opposite, and account number 3 is neutral, doesn't get affected by anything, and those are the most lucky accounts. And I think those are the 3 buckets, right? And you can say, oh no, that sounds really silly. Come with a better theory on how this thing works. I think it works with buckets. To me, I don't think that Jagex assigns the RNG like randomly per account. I think to me that's something too big of a task for such a company that doesn't even know how to program well. So to me, it's like it's divided in buckets, and sometimes when there are no updates, the RNG gets rotated between worlds, right? That's my theory. Again, I cannot prove it because Jagex will never tell me how the RNG works, but that's usually how it will work. If you have a model that is cheap, and if you have something that it's more potential for people in a certain world, it will make a lot of sense, right? But, you know, to me, like having a specific RNG for accounts, to me, that's BS. To me, people fall into buckets because that's the easiest way to assign stuff. It's kind of like when you are on a firewall and you start assigning policies. You're not going to make a single policy for every single device. That's insane. You're going to make a group, and on that group, you enforce policies. That's it. That's how you enforce policies, right? But, yeah, right? That's why I talk about the buckets and rotations, because I think those rotation and buckets is how these RNGs manage. Again, Jagex will never tell you, yeah, that's how we manage stuff, you got me, you know. Right? Yeah, that's why I think that the category of RNG, or what we know it as RNG, falls into three buckets, right? The ones like me that get affected by updates, the people that actually benefit for updates, and the bucket three that are neutral to any type of movement from the game. And the reason why I said this is because I saw the proof over and over in Rune Dragons, like my Rune Dragon alt with Blizzard gear outpacing my main with more gear, more KC, just because of the amount of rares that he was getting, like 4 limbs in like 2 hours. I was like, man, this is insane, right? And that's why I believe that it's divided in buckets. Again, I could be wrong, but to me, it's the only explanation technology-wise that will make sense. Only somebody tells me, oh no, there's a different technology that was developed that uses this algorithm that can actually randomize, you know, thousands of hours, so you never get the same thing, or updates doesn't really affect. But, to me, when you change stuff in a game, you do affect everything else. Like, for example, when the Spire came out, dude, it was the worst Colosseum of my life, even worse than this one. Like, the imbos were just terrible. I had to end up with Reentry 3, with Frailty 3. Obviously, I like Frailty 3. With Doom 3, Manti Mayhem 2, Relentless 3. Like, it was everything you hate in one place. And I was telling my friend, dude, this is real. And he went to a Colosseum calling me crazy. And you know what he's end up saying? I don't know how can a spider affect the game so much. I was like, it's not the spider, dude. It's the concept of a spider. Because now you have an amulet that increases your max hit. Now you added a piece of the game that was not there. So you have to relocate that and adjust everything. That doesn't happen right away. And he was telling me that, I don't believe you. Dude, you know what happened that day? He and another guy were getting terrible waves, and guess what? We got the same drop on the same wave. They got like 3 crystals on wave 11 or 10. Me too, and the other guy as well. It's like, tell me that's not a coincidence. Tell me that we just got the same drop, the 3 of us on the same wave, and tell me that we're not interrelated. Tell me, and I dare you to tell me that it's a big coincidence to get the same drop on the same wave. I was like, that shows you that the buckets exist. I was like, if you want to deny it, fine, but bring me another theory why we receive the same drop on the same wave. Our accounts are interconnected on this supposed RNG. So we're on bucket 1. We get affected by updates. There you go. And he was like, oh no, dude, this is very hard to believe. I was like, I know it's hard to believe. I know it's hard to believe because it'll go against what you think that it's game lock or whatever. But trust me, if you got the same drop on the same wave, tell me that that is not a strange. Tell me. I dare you to tell why we got the same drop. Why? On the same wave. Why? And he was like, yeah, I don't know. I was like, yes, you don't know. And I don't know either. I'm just, using these buckets to explain what it's unknown to me. But I was like, here you can see a clear contrast of what the update does to our accounts. We're on bucket 1. So probably somebody's having a good time. None of us is that on bucket 2. And he was like, oh, no, dude, but... Right? I was like, dude, if my bucket theory doesn't make sense, come up with a different one that makes sense in technology-wise. No, I don't know. I was like, yeah, you don't know. That's the thing. I don't know either, but this is how firewall equipment works. They give you a session ID based on characteristics of your traffic, right? It doesn't come out randomly. It actually has a science behind that, right? Because everything in technology is computer science. It's standards on the NIST. It's RFCs that have been written. Like, if you read 802.111, that's wireless. That's Wi-Fi. It's technology. It's not RNG why you're getting less signal. It's not RNG why you're getting less connection. There is a reason behind that. Technology doesn't work like magic. It's not like, Harry Potter says, Wi-Fi Kazam and you get a Wi-Fi. That's not how technology works. That's not how internet works. So I was like, if you go apply that logic that we play a game that is, just code, you cannot tell me that doesn't make sense, right? And he was like, well, yeah, oh, thanks. But yeah, I was like, man, if you cannot give me a better theory, you have to at least consider my bucket theory. And the fact that we got the same drop when the spider came out, I was like, dude, what other proof do you want? The three of us, we're having terrible spawns, we're having terrible imbos. If we get the same drop on the same wave, what more proof do you want? I was like, how the three people that are having a terrible time when the update happened get the same drop on the same wave, and you're telling me that this is not interrelated and the RNG is a magical thing that came down to heaven and it's unique to everybody else? Like, BS, dude. Download a Python library. It's never random. Like, what are you talking about? It's kind of like when my ISP tells me that my computer is a problem. I was like, dude, I have here 5 computers. 5 of them are having packet loss? Like, seriously? You know, there was a solar flare that hit my house and somehow all my computers got broken? It's very unlikely, right? It's a good person who can base it on technology and giving examples. Yeah, exactly. It's just that when you explain this to somebody that just wholly believes that RNG is this magical thing that you have to pretty much light some candles to get it, and you put it in perspective on how technology actually works, they're like, oh yeah, maybe. I was like, okay, propose to me something that it makes more sense than just saying RNG. I was like, propose to me something that makes more sense than just saying it's RNG. You can't. Right? And whenever I tell somebody, okay, try Colosseum right now after the update, they're like, oh my god, what is this crap? There you go. You're on bucket 1 with me. Find me somebody like this guy on Twitch, Phoenix, that was having a good time when I was having a bad time. I was like, he is on bucket 2. And we have my second run Dragon Out that gets unaffected by everything on the game and always have good luck. That's bucket 3, neutral. I was like, that is the theory of the bucket. And if you cannot come up with a better theory of the buckets, then give me a reason why you're against my theory. I had a lot of people when I did that video on YouTube, they're like, oh my god, this also happens to me whenever there's an update, you know, I get destroyed at Boardcat, I get 4 kills, and suddenly that day of the update I'm getting 2. I was like, and why is that? Right? And some more person tells me, oh no, you know, on the updates I actually have pretty good luck. And I was like, yeah, you're bucket number 2, man. Right? But that's the theory behind the buckets. And the reason how you correlate that is because when you go on a session, I mean, when you go on a firewall, a real firewall, not a Windows firewall, right? Basically, you have something called a session ID. Session ID is formed by your source IP, destination IP, source port, destination port protocol, and that creates a 5-tuple. The 5-tuple goes to your firewall, checks if it has a policy, if it has a group, you pass, and then it assigns you a random number. But if you read any of the Cisco or Juniper documentation, it says we have to update our OS and enhance our encryption and hashing because there were session crashing. That means that their numbers were not random. That means that if somebody sat down and drilled down the session ID patterns, because it's based on prime numbers, you can actually crack it down with enough time. So that's why Cisco updates software. That's why Juniper updates software, right? Because session hijacking exists. And you're like, oh, how do you use session hijacking? It's all math, dude. So, you know, it's just so dumb, right? And whenever I tell somebody that, they're like, oh, that's crazy talk. I was like, how is it crazy talk if it's, you know, based on technology? Like, why is that crazy talk? Like, sit down with me and explain me technology. Why is that not possible? Why? Right? Give me a reason. And you're not going to tell me, oh, we have some high AI that it has everybody randomized. BS. BS. These people don't even have CrowdStrike. When everything went down and the airport went down, why did Jagex didn't go down? Because they don't use CrowdStrike. They have cheap security. They don't do good investment on security. That just tells you everything you need to know. You can tell which are the bad companies, the ones that didn't go down on June 28th with the CrowdStrike issue. Simple as that. Because CrowdStrike is the best antivirus software ever in the world. They have custom detection. Nobody comes close to CrowdStrike. And it's not because I love CrowdStrike. CrowdStrike is really good, right? But whoever thinks that, oh no, Jagex must be really good, dude, they're not. They probably use McAfee or Relix or Kaspersky or whatever it is this crap, but they don't use good products. You can already tell when the servers didn't crash with CrowdStrike, you know that they don't care not even about security, right? It's just a simple fact. Time and time again, I even asked him, dude, how does your detection system work? Like, for example, do you have a SOC? Do you have machine learning? And the reason why I asked him that, because I used to work on a SOC analyzing cybersecurity alerts, you know, with my eyes and my hands. And when they started implementing machine learning, guess what? Some moron that didn't know how to do machine learning started labeling everything as false positive, and a customer ended up with what? Ransomware. So I was like, if you do machine learning, right? You have everything automated in your security quartels or whatever you have running there in Jagex. Does anybody monitor machine learning? Probably not. Do you have a dedicated team that sits down and looks at every man? Probably not. So I was like, how do you guys do the banning implementation? What is the criteria? They never answered those questions because it's all like kind of like heuristics. Like it's kind of like when people just input random crap on ChatGPT and they believe it because it's there. I think that's how they ban, you know. It's just like machine learning says, oh, the IP is from Latin America. Okay, suspicious enough. This guy hasn't committed a mistake in 2 hours. Suspicious enough. This guy gave, I don't know, his friend 200 million. Okay, that's a reason for a ban. And all I want them is to clarify how they reach a criteria for a ban, right? And they never specify that. Obviously, there's 2 reasons for that. The main reason is that they don't want to give out how they ban because people will be able to avoid it, right? But, you know, the second reason is that if they give a reason how they ban, maybe, you know, the practices that they put in place will be ridiculously bad, right? And the reason why I know that is because on the SOC that I used to work, the company will sell the other companies like, oh yeah, everybody here is a certified ethical hacker. We are, you know, doing penetration testing every day. We do war room examples. We pay for it. Dude, none of that happened. None of us were certified as a CEH. That was BS. And I told my boss, dude, why do you lie to the client? I was like, oh, they're probably lying to us too. So who cares? Everybody lies in business. I was like, that is the most dishonest thing that you can do, dude. You're guaranteeing the client that we're certified in things that we don't even know. And he was like, yeah, I know, but you know, clients lie too. I was like, yeah, but that doesn't mean that we don't have integrity. I was like, okay, do whatever you want. And he was like, dude, I bet you that they have not 1,000 machines. They have like 10,000. Clients are a bunch of liars, so we lie too. I was like, wow, that is such a good policy for business, man. Like, oh, everybody lies, so I lie too. Nice, dude. It's like saying famous people don't have integrity, so I don't have either, right? And I told my boss, I was like, dude, I don't think this is the right way to do business. Like, you're lying to your clients. And he was like, yeah, but you know, that's business. You just lie to everybody. You just get their money and that's it. And if they don't like it, they can look elsewhere. I was like, wow, that's a way of retaining customers. I've never heard of retention, dude. That's management 101. So yeah, I mean, they never clarify how they ban people. They never clarify absolutely anything. It's really sad. It's really sad because I would like to have a view on how actually they do security, if they do any security at all. If you have machine learning, do you audit that? Who does machine learning? Do you have somebody specialized on that? Are you PCI certified? Because otherwise, you know, credit card data is in danger. It's a lot of things that probably you don't disclose to the people that play, but we're actually the clients. We should be able to know the answers to those questions, right? And it's really fun because when you work, for example, in cybersecurity, but you're involved in the management process, you know how flawed it is when the person that you work for is being disingenuous, right? Even my boss told me, oh, we don't care about this bank. They already gave us $3 million. So, you know, if they want to leave, we already profit out of them. I was like, dude, and what about customer retention? Isn't that what Amazon success is about? Like retaining the customer, being as loyal as you can to them, and that's how you keep customers and that's how you make money. And he was like, yeah, but you know, this client is a pain in the ass. We don't care about him. I was like, yeah, that's not how business works. So I was like, let's say that, you know, every time you go to McDonald's, they spit on your food, right? In front of you. No matter how good the food is, you're going to get disgusted and you're going to run away from that place. right? There's just people spitting on your foot in front of you, right? And it was something that if you work for cyber or for anything, and your boss explains you how they treat clients, you get scared, because I don't know if any of you ran a business or have ever started a small business. I had. And dude, we pretty much were, behind the clients, like, oh, what do you want? Or give me feedback about this. What do you think this whole idea of the customer is always right is about? It's not like, yeah, bend over backwards for the customer, but you have to actually listen to them and check what they want and what they think is valuable, so they always come back to you, because you provide a service that hundreds or maybe millions of people can do. Your brand is really important, right? And I told that to my boss, in my previous job, and he was like, oh, we don't care about branding, we're top cybersecurity. I was like, yeah, but we're very expensive. And he was like, yeah, but if you're a good company, you want our service. I was like, dude, to be honest with you, people don't care about security unless an issue happens. Just look at Colonial Pipeline, right? And he was like, yeah, but we're top cybersecurity. We're in Latin America, so we're very cheap labor. So we don't have to worry about competitors. I was like, India is a competitor. Mexico is a competitor. They're way cheaper than us. And he was like, yeah, but where else they're gonna go, right? And guess what? When he said that client left and never came back. And I went to my boss and I told him, dude, I told you never use customer retention. You never try to keep them. And his answer was like, well, you win, you lose. I was like, yeah, but that was $1 million contract. How can you not care? I was like, this is not even my business, and I even care if I'm gonna still have a job, right? I was like, how me that I'm not a manager cares more about this than you, the manager? And my boss was like, oh, you need to chill, dude. We have more customers. No, we don't. I was like, you're competent people to give us money without actually having money. That's like saying, it's like going to a grocery store and telling the cashier, oh yeah, I'm gonna get paid the next year, so just give me this stuff and I'll come back and pay. My boss drove me insane on my previous job. I was just, dude, how can you lose clients like this? Thanks for all of this. Right, I remember I told my boss, like, it's insane to me that you just don't care about customer loyalty. I was like, you really, really need to learn how Amazon became successful. Like, really, really need to sit down to make them look like why people always shop there. And it's because if you lose an item, the customer service agents don't tell, oh, dude, you're such an idiot. How do you lose the item? No, they actually sit down and tell you, okay, I see that this arrived to your door on this day. You don't see it? No, it never arrived. Okay, let me go ahead and send you another one. Let me give you a refund. They check customers if they have been engaged into fraud. I mean, I think what is the whole customer service experience about, right? But yeah, my boss was all over the place telling me, that doesn't matter. Yeah, I had such an argument with my boss. I was telling me, dude, I was like, you really don't know how to handle relationships with customers. Like, I can already tell that you're gonna drive this company or whatever the side of the company that you're directly poorly, because that's not how you treat people. Especially because they pay our bills, right? With our customers, we don't have a place, we don't have a company, like, so that's why you need to treat them like valuable people. But yeah, I even told my boss, like, if you told your upper management people that you don't care about if they leave, I was like, no, not really, it's just that we know that they're leaving eventually. I was like, wow. Yeah, I mean, if you ever shop on Amazon, do you remember the time when an item didn't arrive and you contact customer service by chat or by phone or by email? At what time they were like, I don't care, it's your problem, or At what point they told you, well, it's your fault, idiot, for losing it? Like, you know, why do people leave companies? They don't leave it because, oh, you know, I don't like the way that this guy's staring at me. They leave it because the experience is bad. And I told that to my boss. I was like, dude, if you learn something about the customer service industry, is that one bad experience speaks 100 times more than a positive experience. So for example, I could have a positive experience today calling my ISP because the girl was pretty nice. Do you think I remember? No, I don't remember. Do you think I remember the time that an ISP guy came here and told me that the problem was my computer? Yes, I remember. I remember the date, and I probably remember the guy's name because we tend to remember negative stuff more than positive stuff. That's how we are. And I told him that. I was like, dude, if you're just giving the customer negative experience, even when we do something good, the deal's already, you know, buried. He's not going to do business with us because he thinks that we don't care. And I was like, and remember experiences on your life when you met somebody good, they're very low. Like that you met somebody that you said, wow, this doctor is so good at what he does. No, you probably met a doctor that wanted to overcharge you for something that was not necessary. That you remember. Right? And I remember I told that to my boss, and he's like, oh yeah, you're overreacting. I was like, dude, I wish I was overreacting. Cybersecurity, you can get it in many places. I was like, even my stupid ISP does cybersecurity. I bet it sucks, but it's cheap. And you know, when it comes to finances, you're looking for cheap stuff. You're not looking for the end of the line stuff. I mean, even Colonial Pipeline being a pipeline in, you know, distributing gas, they had cheap security. You know, nobody invests on security because like, you know, what is the possibility a Russian hacker is gonna get on my systems, right? Well, I told him that. I was like, dude, nobody takes security seriously. Why do you think people keep falling in phishing emails, right? I was like, why do you think people don't do cybersecurity awareness things? Why do you think people don't care about the messages they receive? Why do you think people fall for scams every day? Because of lack of cybersecurity awareness. I was like, phishing is the #1 compromising vector. And he was like, yeah, but you know, I was like, dude, cybersecurity and security in general is not well appreciated because they see us as an enemy that blocks everything, when we're actually protecting them from things that they should be protected against. But I was like, but if you tell that to a customer, a high executive that doesn't understand absolutely anything about technology, it's gonna be like, well, your cost is too high. I'd rather go to this company that gives me its services 10 times cheaper than something quality that cares about my business. And I was like, at the end of the day, if they get a breach, the CEO will say that it's the fault of the security people, like every CEO, right? They're not gonna take the blame. And I was like, but what happens to us? We already lost the client. We already lost the business. They can say to the other people, oh, it's the cybersecurity people's fault, but it's no longer us and the money is gone, right? And my boss was like, yeah. Don't worry about that. I was like, no. I mean, I worry because, you know, if we keep losing clients, I'm going to lose my job. And he was like, oh, don't worry. You don't work for them. You work for us. I was like, yeah, but when, you know, us as a company run out of money, what are you going to pay me for? But yeah, it's really dumb, right? And I even told him, dude, I'm not a fan of Amazon, right? You know, their Prime stuff is very sketchy. They exploit their employees on warehouses and stuff like that. I don't like them as a company, but if you actually read the memos that Jeff Bezos left on how to create a brand for a company, it makes a lot of sense. I was like, you should actually read, you know, why, you know, Amazon is so persistent this day and taking all over the market, right? And he was like, oh yeah, but you know, we do cybersecurity, we're not selling stuff. I was like, dude, it's just that if on day one you don't show interest to a person that is paying you, that person is gonna go away. Because if cash to pay you millions of dollars for a service, they definitely have millions of dollars to move away from you, right? Right? It's not a guy paying us like $10. People paying millions of dollars per year. So he was like, no, we'll never lose customers. You know, we're very good at what we do. I was like, dude, do you remember, or, you know, in my country when the local taxi drivers pretty much treat people like crap and Uber came and pretty much a lot of them went broke? Do you remember that? And why do you think they acted that way? Because they're like, oh, we're taxi drivers. Where else are you gonna go, right? We're the only service. Competition of Uber came and a lot of people with local taxis went broke. Why? People prefer good service. And he was like, yeah, but this cybersecurity. I was like, yeah, whatever, dude. I swear I told my boss, I was like, I swear, like, I told my boss, you really, I don't know why you're a management if you don't understand what customer loyalty is or how to treat people in general, but okay. Yeah, but I think a lot of their success, it was going away because I had a friend that still worked there and he told me, dude, they're starting to lay off a lot of people because clients are leaving. Even one of their big clients decided to come to my country and establish an office here and invest in hiring people for more money than just paying the old company that I used to work for. Imagine that you come to a foreign country to invest in an office, in a building, hiring people, paying them more than you were paying, you know, to your people, just to have dedicated people to look at this stuff and have good quality. And when they left, it was exactly that, because, you know, they felt like they were not being taken seriously, that the people that were assigned to that client were a bunch of idiots. And I was like, the client is not wrong, dude. Client's not wrong. I mean, your guys are not putting attention to detail and stuff. And my boss was like, hey, that client is a crybaby. I was like, they can leave, you know. And what happens? They left and a lot of people got fired. I was like, oh my god, these people are going to bankruptcy this way. It's so dumb. Also, when I was working on network security, I was working for a company that only had like good command line interface. So yeah. So basically, you know, you can manage firewalls in two ways, right? You can manage firewalls through a graphical interface, GUI, or command line, CLI. So CLI looks like pretty much this. Let me show you what I'm doing. So this is a ping to Google because I've been having ISP issues, right? So if you have a firewall and you just manage it here on this ugly black square, basically you need to know all the commands, right? But if you use a graphical interface, you can pretty much click and point and do everything. All the clients complain your GUI interface is crap, right? And I told my boss, hey, look, customers are complaining that our GUI is crap. Oh yeah, let them cry, whatever. I was like, dude, you have to listen to them. They're actually telling you a problem. Every single call is like, I cannot learn the commands. You know, I'm a Cisco guy. I'm not used to this crap GUI. I was like, okay. What happens? Palo Alto comes out and they take almost all their business. Why? Friendly GUI. Simple as that, right? It is so simple and stupid, but it's that simple that can leave you, you know, without clients. I think F5, Checkpoint, Palo Alto, all of them capture the market saying, we hear you. We hear you and we're going to give you a better interface, so you, even if you don't know the command line, you can manage your firewall. Right? And it's just a matter of, you know, spending more time to make the UI better. And believe it or not, a lot of the people that worked there got fired because, you know, they didn't, you know, a lot of customers left. Same thing with BlackBerry. When I was working for BlackBerry, oh, we don't like we need more apps. You know, you guys are behind. You don't have a touchscreen. What did the CEO said at the time? We have a high sophisticated people that appreciate security, and they're very vintage people, so they're gonna appreciate the keyboard. What happened? iPhone 4 came out, BlackBerry almost went bankrupt. You have to listen when somebody's telling you a problem, especially if that somebody pays your bills. Like, simple as that. Simple as that. I remember that we actually got fired from the BlackBerry thingy because they were reducing personnel so much that they started investing like on hard software and cybersecurity software, and they moved away from phones like it never happened. Imagine if BlackBerry was the top of the market. Even I think Obama had a BlackBerry because, you know, the connections were encrypted, and, you know, back in the early 2000s, if you had a BlackBerry, you were a cool person. All the movies back in the day had people with BlackBerries, right? So that just tells you how important was the company and how Apple was able to just like flip it down with just a single phone. And it's just the same reason. They didn't listen to their customers. You know, I want touchscreen, I want better software. Yeah, it's just insane to me that people don't listen to the people that are actually giving them money. Yeah, BBM, yeah, BlackBerry Messenger was everywhere, you know. It was more prevalent than Facebook at the time. What happened? Facebook came out, nobody's using BBM. They refused to make BBM like open source so Android and Apple could have it. By the time they do it, nobody's using BBM, everybody's using Facebook, and end of the story. And they switch to cars. Amazing, dude. You lose almost like a monopoly of the first people that probably brought apps in phones, and you lose that market. It's just amazing. I remember seeing the storyline of that. I was like, man, this was a very prevalent company. Like, I remember that when I got my first phone or second phone, there was a glass, and it had a phone, and it was a BlackBerry. And, you know, the slogan was like, you know, the president of the United States uses this phone, how secure it is, right? That was like their whole branding. Like, you know, this phone is the most secure phone that you'll ever have. It's encrypted. They came out with phone encryption way before anybody else. BlackBerry was pioneer on. They actually brought mobile device management. Nobody knew what device management was. Like MDM, BlackBerry was the pioneer of that. With BlackBerry Enterprise Server. It's insane. And now Intune, Microsoft took over all that market. It's just out of your mind, dude. Like, how can you have your hands in so many things and lose it? It's bonkers. It's absolute bonkers. I remember this nuanced concept of being able to manage what apps people can see on the phones or what things they can use on their phone. That's MDM, that's mobile device management. And that's what Intune sells you when you have a big company. It's just insane, man. Like, BlackBerry Enterprise Server was already there in Fusion and all this crap, and, you know, now you have Intune, now you have all these things. Just so like amazing how you can lose a market from a couple of years just because you refuse to do things, or you refuse to listen to the customers. And I remember that we even passed the service to like upper management, and they will just disregard it, saying our customers are very loyal to us because they appreciate the security of a phone, and they are actually like keyboards. So I'm like, that's gonna change, dude. Everybody's liking the apps on the iPhone, everybody's liking the new Samsungs. We're gonna lose this market. No, we're not. Just crazy, man. And whenever you work in a company that's in decline, you know where things are going down. You know what's, you know, why these people are successful, their branding, you know. I mean, Apple was so good at branding that you can ask somebody as an Apple user why they get a new phone every time that comes out. What are the specs? And they don't know the answer. That's how good they were at branding. Like, you know, with the iPhone 4 ever since, Apple became a master of branding. So you can ask somebody like, what's, you know, new on the new iPhone? They won't know. You know, what's the memory? What's the RAM? What's the with the processor? What's, you know, the iOS? They don't know anything. And still they line up to buy the latest crap. It is just insane to me. That was pretty much BlackBerry. BlackBerry will release a new phone, the Torch, the Bold, and people will just make lines and buy the stupid product, and they don't even know why. But oh, you know, I like this BlackBerry. It's much better than the other one, you know. And like, for example, companies like Amazon, companies like Uber, they actually sit down and listen to people. That's why they're successful, right? No, I don't, but yeah, it's I don't, but it will be a nice thing to do. But it's just that when you work for companies that are failing, you actually see patterns, right? You actually see a pattern of silence, like the brand not announcing anything new because they're like, yeah, we already have the customers in our pocket, they're gonna buy anything we sell. And when that silent period occurs, you see that people call and they say, you know, I like this product, but they tell you this other product came and it's better and it's cheaper and it's compatible and the battery lasts longer, and then you start feeling like, oh, this person is complaining or is just bitching about, but you know, now it's 5 per day, then it's 10 per day, then it's 20 per day, and there's a lot of these that saying, you know, your website sucks, your software sucks, this phone sucks compared to the iPhone. Everything was iPhone. And I was like, dude, how blind you have to be as an executive not to see the obvious mess that you're causing, right? And it's just insane, you know. Even people that I was working with, they was like, oh yeah, I got the latest iPhone, the iPhone 5 or 4 at the time. And they were like, dude, this phone is amazing, look at all the stuff that it has. Like, they'll pretty much use the term, it's like a computer, man. You know, it's like a computer. Look, I can download apps and they're free, and the ones that I pay are just $1, and you know what a steal. And you know, even in Latin America, like, people were going nuts about, you know, oh look, I can play Angry Birds, and you know, I can have Facebook heroes. It's just it's beyond insane. And by the time that BlackBerry catch up, we were already, you know, heading not to bankruptcy, but they were firing absolutely everybody. And I was like, okay, yeah. We got fired, but we got a the law in my country says this, that whenever you get fired from a job, if it was not because of performance, they have to pay you a lot of stuff, like a month of your payment for every year that you work there, some extra money that you use to look for another job, your PTO time, because here's, you know, your PTO is something that you accumulate, it doesn't go away like in other countries, and your Christmas bonus. So pretty much your Christmas bonus is like an entire month of work without taxes, and they have to pay you that up to the months you have. And so yeah, I mean, I didn't leave there empty-handed. I actually left with this amount of money. I was able to go to a doctor to fix my stomach. I was able to study networking and get a better job, and you know, the end was the beginning at that point. But yeah, that's something that I really love about my country, Costa Rica, that they have good labor laws. Like, if you get fired, it's very hard for you to, I mean, maybe if you're illegal, maybe they can take advantage of you, but if it's a serious place, they will rarely fire you without a reason. That's, you know, you'll end up in court or in the news. And Of course, when you apply the law, it's not as effective as you would like. But, you know, the instances, I mean, maybe 4 out of 3 I have been satisfied with the results of the legal process in labor laws in my country. You know, 4 out of 3 is good. You know? They cannot all be perfect. So, yeah. Yeah, but yeah, I mean, I've been pretty satisfied with the, well, with the law in general, with labor laws. But I mean, it can sound very. Yeah, I mean, when you see on the news, like for example, in December we get our Christmas bonus, right? Which is by the law, it cannot be taxed and it has to be given to you in a certain amount of days, or otherwise you can sue the employer and you have to go to a legal process, blah blah blah, and the employer can be fined and all of the good stuff, right? But the things that you see on the news, like people not getting their Christmas bonus, they're working for like these heinous places where they make them work like 60 hours a day, which is illegal. And you know, they probably come from, you know, Venezuela or Nicaragua, and they're pretty much taking advantage that they're not legal here. But they're pretty much telling you, oh, and be grateful that I gave you a job. So yeah, those type of work exists, but it's very unlikely that you land in one of them unless you really like pretty much somebody that it's an actual predator, you know, preys on you because you're very young or you're an immigrant or something, and they want to take advantage of that. So yeah, but it's very unlikely. You see a couple of cases, but the most of people, let's say that they're like, oh yeah, you know, I work in construction and you know, I'm not here legally, so my employer says that they don't have me to give me Christmas bonus, and you know, any lawyer will tell you that's not true. Christmas bonus is for anybody that is working, and you know, if you're actually paying taxes, you have access to your Christmas bonus, and if you don't, then the workplace is not legal. They're not authorized to work, or you know, they're not authorized to have anything under the law, and blah blah blah. But yeah, it's mostly like, for example, construction workers, maids, they have these problems because they are not here legally. So a lot of, let's say, people that are, I would say, very mean to like less, people that have less resources, they want to exploit them, not paying them, which is really sad, right? But yeah, it's an interesting thing. For example, the law here related to like childcare, well, not childcare, like child support, and those are not good. Or like crimes, it's not good because we need to reform law. to make it come to the 21st century, because the laws that we're using right now were written like 60 years ago. So, you know, they don't represent what's going on in the country, right? So, you know, we need like legislative action to make a better procedure for when somebody's found like, you know, murder. They don't have to wait like 5 years for a sentence while they're waiting in their homes or whatever. You know, there's a lot of things that we have to do. Like, if you need to like put more technology in like the, let's say, the judicial system, because they sometimes look for a thing that is written in paper, so you cannot even look for it. Or sometimes there's like a flood or like a fire, and the papers get burned or lost or misplaced, or there's a typo. So, you know, it's a hard thing to do, because it has been like this since I'm you know, since I was a kid. But for example, my sister, for example, she got divorced, what, 10 years ago? And you cannot get the paper that says that she is divorced, right? It's just insane. Like, she got divorced, you know, everybody signed that she is divorced, and, you know, her ex-husband even signed, yeah, we're divorced and everything. And when she goes to get the paper, like, she is divorced, it says, oh no, it hasn't been written yet. Like, dude, it's just so dumb. So, I mean, my mom had to do a legal paperwork with related to like when she was married and everything. Turns out they destroyed the file, and in order to be able to reconstruct it, you need a lawyer to send a letter to like the judicial place to tell them, can you please make sure to make sure that this file exists, because she needs this file. Oh my god, dude, it's a nightmare when it comes to like judicial stuff. I mean, police-wise, we're doing okay, but to prosecute criminals, it's hard because the law doesn't help you, because it's outdated. It's really, really dumb. I remember that, you know, I used to live next to a drug dealer, right? And the reason why I know he was a drug dealer is because he will start yelling in the middle of the night, like, dude, here's the, you know, 5 pounds of coke. And I was like, yeah, I don't think he's talking about a drink, right? And basically, you know, he was like the typical, like, let's say, drug dealer, but those that are very low on the scale of the narcos. Like, he was probably like a delivery boy, if you can call it that way. And I remember that I called the police in my country, and I was like, hey, I have this guy selling drugs. And I was like, how do you know he sells drugs? I was like, the guy's admitting it, and I have pictures of him exiting with like these rectangle things inside of plastic bags. So I don't think they're Xbox, right? They're actually drugs. And the guy from the police told me, dude, you know, he's a delivery boy. Why do I care about going after it? I was like, dude, what the hell are you talking about? Like, I don't care if he's a middleman, or I don't care if he's a delivery boy. He's bringing crime to my neighborhood. Of course I care. And the guy told me, yeah, but you know, he is not El Chapo. Like, why would I go after him? I was like, dude, are you a real police or not? I was like, yeah, I'm a real police. I was like, okay, so are you an idiot or not? And he was like, why? I was like, okay, what happens when you capture a criminal? You know, a criminal that you know that he's not gonna get more than 1 year behind bars. You actually tell him that he's gonna get more years, but if he collaborates and, you know, starts talking, you're gonna, you know, set him free or whatever. That's how police works, right? You know, you get info or tell him to become an informant. Like, I mean, dude, like, isn't this basic police work? And he was like, yeah, but you know, he's not a big drug dealer, so what's the point? I was like, what do you mean, what's the point? Like, he's affecting the community, he's bringing drugs to the community, what the hell? Why would... I was like, drugs, I mean, they're illegal, right? And he's like, yeah. I was like, so why do you refuse to make somebody come here? It's like, I'm confused. I was like, are you really a police, or you're just a guy that walk in and start picking calls? Like, no, 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 we're the real police, but you know, I don't see why we should go after him when we have more important things to do. I was like, okay, so a guy selling drugs next to my house that can easily be murdered by a hitman and start killing innocent people is not, it's not something that concerns you. I was like, no, the probabilities of that happening are very low. I was like, yeah. I was like, I don't think you care about safety, but okay, good to know. I mean, the labor laws are good in my country, but when it comes to crime stuff, I mean, yeah, it's not that you want a dictator to say, I don't know, we're gonna have a tough hand on crime because we know how that ends, but, you know, it would be nice to have like a reform of the judicial system so we could have people actually that commit crimes prosecuted, not set free. There's a very funny story that one of my friends told me, that he used to have a friend that somehow was in a relationship with a minor, and that the parents of that minor called the police, and that the police pretty much say, oh dude, you fucked up, they caught you, right? And he was like, yeah. And the police pretty much left him in the middle of nowhere and said, just be more careful next time. They just let it go. I was like, what the hell? I was like, how do your friend got away with that? And he was like, I don't know. They just told him to don't be so stupid next time and don't do it on her parents' house or something. I was like, what the hell is wrong with this place, man? Like, did they really say? It was a funny story. Like the police just release him in the middle of nothing and say, don't be so stupid next time, and they just let him go. Yeah, I mean, the other day, dude, like, well, not the other day, when COVID started, dude, there was like a woman screeching in the middle of the street. And I think she was like, I don't know if she was like in the middle of a fight with her boyfriend or husband. And I was like, it sounds like a banshee screaming. My mom was like, no, that's a woman. I was like, yeah, but that's like a scream that she's like, you know, getting mutilated. And I wanted to exit, and my mom was like, don't exit, like, you know, you can actually get shot because you intervene in there. I was like, yeah, but you know, that screaming is like terrifying. It's like a screaming for a horror movie. Like, what the hell is going on there? And my mom was like, yeah, don't go out, you know, what happens if, I don't know, if it's a trick to get you out, and then, I don't know, something. It has gotten to that point that even when we hear gunshots outside, we just look and we see like a motorcycle speeding up, and that's it. Right? Because you call the police, oh yeah, we're very busy, we're gonna send somebody there eventually. Nothing happens. It's really sad because, you know, the main reason for that is because we had a spike on crime. Thanks to, you know, the inflation, you know, right now it's on zero, but prices didn't go down, and the government is pretty much hijacking aid to people that really need it. And when you don't have aid or you don't have jobs, you pretty much you end up committing crimes. There, like for example, the tourist area in Costa Rica, like the Pacific area and the Caribbean area, dude, those areas are filled with poverty. They have been promised over and over again that they're going to be helping every single election. Nobody cares about them. Even a guy that I made at work, that we were on an interview, he was like, oh yeah, I come from this Caribbean section. I came to the main capital because there's nothing to do there. Like everybody's jobless there. I was like, wow. He said, it's a very like apocalyptic present living in those areas. Like, you know, tourists are having fun, but people are pretty much, you know, selling drugs because they don't know anything. Like, they don't even know that the short-term career they might get shot or killed. Like, you know, they're just happy to have some money because they never had anything. And you know, that's when you start thinking why, you know, people don't invest there in education. Like, where's the infrastructure? Where's the police? And you know, it's not like putting everybody in jail. The problem there lies because there's no opportunities in that city. There's no like education. There's nothing. So he was pretty much telling me like the daily struggles. He said, "Oh, I love the Caribbean area of Costa Rica," but he was like, "There is nothing there. Like, if you don't sell drugs, there's nothing else in this place." I was like, "Wow." It's really wild. Like, you know, hear somebody saying like, "Oh yeah," you know, it's just crazy. I thought that I had problems where I live, but he was like, there is nothing. There is no future there. Like, you know that a lot of people that you go to high school with, he used to tell me, you know, they're probably dead or selling drugs, and I was like, wow. But yeah, the Pacific area and the Caribbean area, they're just infested with crime. And you might say, oh, you know, let's put everybody in jail. That's a temporary solution. You know, it doesn't really help anybody, right? But yeah, I remember that. I think I saw a documentary about Japan a long, long time ago, and pretty much they were talking about, you know, how at some point they were the leaders on everything related to technology, how they're, you know, having so much success in technology, why they're the leaders in this X, Y, and Z, why their crime is so low. And the reason, it just came down to one thing: education, right? They're like, I think when they came out of I don't know if it was like um, the era where they had like it was not kings, it was like emperors. Pretty much similar. They got out of that state of thinking, right? That some guy was making all the decisions and he was divine and stuff like that. And they started investing in education, and that's how Japan became, you know, like, oh, we're expanding in technology, and you know, our education is so good. Like, for example, if you really want a good gastroenterologist, if they study in Japan, they're probably one of the best. You know, gastroenterology is really good in Japan. So the reason for that is because they invested everything after, you know, getting out of those ages into education. And I didn't even know that. I was like, wow, interesting, because they were like, oh yeah, how did Japan, you know, they were pretty much a society that were just cherishing an emperor, and you know, going to war in World War II, and then they got nuked, and you know, how did they rebuild and everything? And they pretty much said, you know what, we're gonna invest in education, we're gonna make people smarter, because usually when people get smarter, they don't pretty much fall into crime, because you know, when they're smarter, they realize why laws, regulations, and pretty much how things work, how they work. You can make changes, but you don't have this type of population like, oh yeah, you know, screw everything. Everything is broken. Everything is rigged. You know, kind of like what this guy Trump does to his supporters. Like everybody's against you. Everything is rigged. So Japan decided to invest in education, but you have more educated people, they don't fall into crime. And I think that was proposed here to the current administration, and they were like, oh no, we don't have money, we cannot spend. I was like, dude, it's not wasting money. Education is not wasting money. You're actually preventing crimes by getting people interested in studying, right? But you know, the current administration just thinks like, oh yeah, we're not going to give money. We don't have any money, like, you know, who is going to fund all this, and you know, stuff like that, right? But yeah, it was like, well, if you follow the example of Japan, like how they became some like good things they do after the war, and it was because of that they started investing in education. You know, citizens became more informed, and yeah, that's why the crime is so low there. Like, why people have, I don't know. That's why when you, like, for example, ask somebody like, oh, what do you think about Japanese people? What's the first thing that comes to your mind? You'll be, oh, they're very polite. There's a reason why, right? And a lot of people can tell you, oh no, they're polite only because, I don't know, it's part of their culture. Yeah, but how do you cultivate culture, right? With education. So, you know. Yeah, exactly. And I mean, over and over, the director of the police has told the administration here, like, you can give us more resources, you can give us more guns, but that doesn't resolve the problem of violence. You know, just putting people behind bars, when you release them, they're going to be more violent. That's how it is, you know. Here, jails are not like they give you programs to make, you know, for you to get a job or a degree or anything for when you can access jail to get a job. Those people are in jail right now. They're just looking to get out and start the same crime, right? Yep. Exactly. I mean, the current administration, what it does in Costa Rica is that, oh, we are blaming migrants, you know, the typical let's blame a minority. But if you look at crime statistics, it's people from Costa Rica itself committing the crimes. So it's like, yeah, that technique is not going to work. Like, if you want to use like, oh, it's immigrants, no. No. People that come here to look for a better life from Nicaragua or Venezuela, they don't come here to commit crimes. That is completely stupid. They went like walking from their country through a freaking jungle to come here to commit crimes. Like, that's nonsensical. Like, it's laughable that he's like, oh yeah, you know, immigrants are causing crimes. Okay, where's your chart? Oh no, I don't have a chart. I don't have anything. It's just that, you know, we had a lot of immigrants. I was like, come on, dude. Like, come on, you gotta put up something better than that, right? When you don't know who to blame, you blame minorities. That's just how it goes. That just shows how low, how dumb you are, right? Like, oh, let's blame a minority. And even the director of the police here said it has nothing to do with people from our countries. The crime is here. It is committed by citizens from this country. It has nothing to do with people coming here to look for jobs. Usually those people are working for Uber or something like that, and they're low-key because they're here illegally. They don't want to commit crimes. It doesn't make sense, right? But yeah, it was really sad because there is something really interesting about countries and presidents. It's just that you see that there is good leadership when somebody takes the blame for stuff that they couldn't solve. But bad leadership is blaming somebody else. Like, for example, if these manticores are here and I miss a prayer and I die and I say, wow, these manticores are so stupid. No, it's actually my fault because I miss a prayer. That's my fault. I take the responsibility for missing a prayer, right? But when you see somebody saying, oh, it's my director of communications, it's my head of the FBI, or it's my head of... Dude, if you're just deflecting blame, it just shows that you're a terrible leader. A good leader actually says, yeah, that was my fault. I'm gonna see how I can fix it. Because regardless if the person that you hired is bad or whatever, you actually hire him, so it's your responsibility, right? Bad management just says, oh yeah, it's this person's fault, I had nothing to do with it, I'm really good, right? So yeah. Yeah, exactly, because if you're the head of something, if I have a company, and the company, I don't know, I have a company and, I don't know, the building gets burned down and 2 people get killed, and I didn't have fire extinguishers or smoke detectors or anything, and I say, yeah, it's just that the person that I hired that is my extinguisher manager, he never exchanged it. Okay, but the company is mine, so it's my fault, right? I told somebody to do it, they didn't do it. Like, shouldn't I be the one on top of them to do their job because I'm the boss? Right? Well, it was a pretty chill way. I'll take a bathroom break. Be right back. I was actually hunting some antelopes on my hardcore, but I decided I can do that tomorrow because I just need the bolts right now, so yeah. Can do that tomorrow on the hardcore. Besides, what I need is other stuff. That was an almost skip. Okay, man. Thanks for stopping by. 7 a.m. for you. It's midnight for me. But have a good one. Yeah. All right. You too. Have a good one. No, I'm on bucket one. about how's it called, like podcasts that I'm listening with your headphones. Kinda started walking too early, but okay. No creo. Ayer duraron 7 horas arreglando el problema. No creo que vuelva a pasar ahorita. Okay. Right. Last time that I tried to kill one of the manticores, it didn't quite work, so I'm gonna pretend for a while that the shaman is coming first, and it did, so I'm gonna do this. Well, it wasn't perfect, I could have died, but that's what I wanted to do last time, but I forgot. Oh yeah. Right? That's pretty much the idea, in order for you to avoid that impossible situation, because you might say, yeah, the manticore is mage, yeah, but if it's off, then you're dead. You can get outstuck by that, and I don't want that, so... I didn't do it perfect though, but still kind of works, right? But right, so mm, 8, 10 y 11. Sí, yo diría que, bueno, 6, 8, 10 y 11. En ese orden tal vez, pero depende mucho de la suerte. Está en el Discord, en los pins. El link de Discord que está en todas las descripciones. I was like, oh no, I'm not running. en la parte del coliseo. No, que ese coliseo hay unos pines, ahí se consigue. Pero eso es un plugin aparte, ¿verdad? Eso no son tags, esos son line markers. No, no hay que subir las conversaciones, los pines no hay que subir las conversaciones. Un pin está la conversación ahí arriba, no hay que subirlo, es un pin. Es un alfiler, o sea, no hay que subir toda la conversación, es del punto del pin. Vamos a ponerle una estrellita en un mensaje de WhatsApp, uno no tiene que ir a buscarlo arriba. No, eso no es cierto. Ok, excelente. Uy, mal. Volatilidad. The slow walk millimeter. Alright. Dude, I have like 2000 volts of the sunlight antelope. Really good. I'm thinking maybe getting... Es un pin, es un alfiler rojo que está en la parte de arriba. Although the options suck. The only thing I don't like about those antelopes is having to woodcut the tree. You know, to get the logs and everything, but yeah. I was thinking about getting 5,000 of those bolts. 22-17 creo. No, está en el banco. Me voy atrás de nada, es el orden aquí, no importa. Francisco, ¿todo bien? Sí, yo no he ido. Creo que lo que sí es como ese, ¿cómo se llama? Semilla nueva para las pociones nuevas. Muy bien. Esto es lo más inteligente que se puede hacer ahorita. Este prepod es buenísimo, no se ahorra un montón de tiempo. ¿En cuánto lo vendiste? Yo lo compré como en 60. Seguro debe andar bajando, me imagino. Y 62 está bien, ¿verdad? Sí, sí, sí. Sacarle todo el provecho. Podría hacer un off-tick aquí, pero no me gusta. Ajá. No me gusta por el hecho de que está Solar Flare. Eh, esas cosas pasan. Esas cosas pasan. Creo que Human hizo lo mismo. Como que iba, "Ay, madre, me aburrí", y se que vendió todo y dejó de jugar y yo, ok, man. Como que dijo que ya no le encontraba sentido jugar y yo de más, está bien. O sea, si usted ya no encuentra sentido jugar, pues, ¿verdad? Cada quien con lo suyo, pero Una maniobra un poco fea, pero sirvió. Me voy a comprar una PC y un teléfono y cargar otra cuenta baja. Bueno, yo, digamos, el otro día Francisco está haciendo coaching al muchacho, ¿verdad? Pero como que, no sé, el muchacho me decía, es que yo soy idiota. Yo, "Ay, no, yo digo, o sea, el problema que usted tiene es que usted no está escuchando lo que le estoy diciendo. Yo, entonces, pero yo te voy a dar un consejo, ma. Cuando yo te digo que hagas algo, lo estoy diciendo por una razón. Entonces, digamos, todo empezó mal, ¿verdad? Primero él me dijo que él no usaba teclas, que él todo lo hacía con mouse y yo, mira, ma, yo no creo que ni Speedy González pueda hacer este coliseo sin F-Keys. Si usted no lo ha hecho antes, yo creo que yo sí lo puedo hacer, pero si no entiende muchas mecánicas. Seté el teclado con F-Keys. Y me dijo, ma, yo hago TOA, puedo hacer esto. Yo, perro, el TOA usted tiene ayuda de amiguitos, ma, aquí Consente está totalmente solo. O sea, nadie va a llegar a echarle una mano amiga. Entonces, por favor, seté los F-Keys. Pero, verdad, una odisea, el mae se moría y me gritaba ahí como loco, me decía, mae, ¿cómo es posible esta mierda? No sé qué, yo, mae, pero yo, te quedaste quieto con los, ¿cómo se llama? Con estos bichos, ¿cómo se llama? Con los Premix. No te vas a morir, mae, te estoy diciendo que te muevas. Bueno, la verdad es que 3 coachings, mae, de 2 horas cada uno, 6 horas que nunca voy a recuperar de mi vida. Y me dice el muchacho, no, mae, yo le voy a pagar a alguien para que me saque esto y yo no puedo con esto, es una mierda, no sé qué. Y eso fue lo que hice, yo, mae, haga lo que quiera. Yo no le recomiendo a nadie porque no conozco a nadie que haga eso. Y yo, pero si quiere hacer eso y vaya por la opción fácil, bicho. Yo ya, digamos, usted no quiere aprender y me dice, no, es que, mae, yo no puedo, es muy difícil, no sé qué. Yo, perro, pero ni siquiera, yo digo, has hecho como que 40 intentos, eso no es nada, mae. Pero de no, como que se rindió muy rápido, no sé. Pero él ya es por vago, ¿verdad? Porque no es que tenga alguna necesidad económica, ¿no? O sea, él lo hizo por vago, ¿verdad? Entonces yo le dije, hey, ma, haga lo que quiera, pero yo creo que usted está aquí para aprender. Y si no quiere aprender, ¿qué estamos haciendo? Yo le dije, ma, usted va a tener estos problemas no solo en RuneScape, sino en la vida, man. A usted le toca aprender algo. Y si su respuesta es, yo le pago a alguien para no aprender nada, ma, eso significa que usted no quiere aprender nada nuevo en la vida. Yo digo, pero bueno, ma, eso es decisión suya, ¿verdad? Haga lo que quiera. Pero sepa que pues usted hace eso, o sea, yo no sé para qué me gastó el tiempo de 6 horas, ¿verdad? Y si usted está viendo que no pasa de Wave 8 y se está recibiendo un daño enorme y usted le estoy diciendo que se muevan los Fremix y no se mueve y siguen lo mismo, me está gastando mi tiempo, su tiempo, el tiempo de todos, man. Pero ahí anda con creo que un Quiver y un Inferno, pero yo le digo, se sentiría mejor si se lo saca, pero haga lo que quiera. Solo uno. Tienes que sacar un KC, nada más es 100% garantizado. ¿Verdad? Cada quien con sus decisiones, ¿verdad? Yo le digo, yo no estoy de acuerdo con lo que usted está haciendo, pero es su cuenta, haga lo que usted le dé la gana, ¿verdad? O sea, usted quiere arriesgarse, hágalo. Si no lo quiere hacer, hágalo. Yo le dije, tenga en cuenta de que hay mucha gente que dice que hace esa vara, te pide los datos y te escamea. Digo, así que no te voy a recomendar a alguien porque yo sí conozco gente, digamos, en el Discord que hace eso, pero no lo patrocina abiertamente. Pero me han dicho, yo hago esta vara, pero yo no patrocino servicios de absolutamente nadie. Digo, porque a mí no me interesa, porque eso es rule breaking. Entonces, como que aunque sea amigo mío, conocido mío, no me interesa. Pero me dice, Mike, ¿cómo cuánto cuesta? Yo he dicho, ¿qué parte? Yo no estoy metido en eso, no entendés, pero dame un precio. Yo he dicho, ok, le puedo decir $15,000, ¿usted me cree? Y me dice, no, pero dame un precio. Yo he dicho, de nuevo, yo no ando metido en mercados negros, vaya use Google. Bueno, total es que él usó como un mercado negro, le sacaron el query del infierno y le cambiaron los settings de la resolución. Me decía, madre, ¿qué hago? ¿Qué hago? Yo, bicho, yo no sé, yo, usted fue el que pagó por esa mierda, o si le cambiaron los settings, busquen en Reddit o en YouTube cómo cambiarlos, madre. Yo qué putas voy a saber lo que le hicieron. Ah, sí, ahora mi pantalla se ve rara. Y yo, madre, perro, de nuevo, Google y Reddit. Yo no sé. Yo no estaba ahí, no me interesa. Yo le dije a usted que yo no hago esas cosas por esto mismo. Él está agarrando ahí con un montón de gente. Madre, ¿cómo es posible que usted me deje los settings así? Pero sí, el amigo totalmente, ¿verdad? Imposible de comunicarme con él. Yo decía, madre, pues lo voy a explicar de otra manera. Mira, lleva Justicia, porque verdad, eso te ayuda con los waves, ¿verdad? Cuando te vas a cambiar de pilar. Madre, no le servía para nada Justicia, porque igual de frente con. Se iba de frente con los Femnix y yo, madre, ¿qué está haciendo? Muévase. Se queda ahí parado. Yo no, este madre todavía no está listo. Sí, exacto, exacto. Yo le dije, mira, ma, yo no sé qué decirte. O sea, si no quieres aprender, estamos gastando tiempo. Yo igual estaba entrenando Tide Farming mientras lo veía, pero ese no es el punto. El punto es que yo digo, ma, ¿para qué usted quiere coaching si no está dispuesto a aprender? Yo le dije, ma, yo le di una analogía muy buena. Yo le dije, cuando usted fue a la escuela, ¿verdad? O sea, cuando usted fue a la escuela, al colegio, lo que sea, ma, yo digo, los profesores acaso se sentaban y le decían a usted, hasta la respuesta del examen, no. Los profesores le decían, estudie porque eso va a salir en el examen. Digo, un buen profesor hace que usted pueda aprender y que es una manera divertida y entretenida de enseñarle, que usted entienda algo y le empiece a gustar, y usted muestre intereses por temas diversos, llámese, no sé, eh, que no sé, historia, español, estudios sociales, ciencias, lo que sea. Cuando usted tiene un buen profesor, usted se acuerda de ciertas cosas o se acuerda del profesor. Yo aquí es lo mismo, ma. Yo quiero que usted tenga una noción de que yo no le voy a sacar eso a usted, solo que simplemente le voy a dar unos consejos que le van a servir para que usted lo saque. El man no entendía eso. Me decía, pero dígame qué hacer. Y yo, pero ya te dije qué hacer como 5 veces, no lo estás aplicando. ¿Qué gano yo gritándote por el micrófono si no estás haciendo caso? Te dije bien claro, mae. No te quedes parado con los frenes. Se quedaba parado y se comía todos los ataques. Y yo, ay, Dios mío, mae. Yo le dije, mae, ¿vos has hecho workout? Y yo, sí, yo. ¿Recuerda el ácido workout? Sí, yo, ¿qué hace usted? Moverme, yo. Haga exactamente lo mismo en los frenes. Ok. Y no se movía. Yo, Dios mío, mae, ¿qué idioma? Oh, puta, ¿cómo le hablo a este mae? No podía, no le pude como llegar. Pues este hombre no se puede alcanzar, o sea, está más allá de lo que es enseñanza. Yo está, qué duro enseñarle, ¿verdad? Pero y eso me hace ver que él tal vez si hacía tío Emma, tal vez lo hacía con amigos o lo hacía en una invocación muy baja o algo así, pero es que él me dijo algo muy tonto. Me dijo, más que yo hago tío A, yo puedo hacer esto. Yo he visto gente en tío A que no tiene un inferno. Yo he visto gente en tío A que no tiene un quiver. ¿De qué está hablando? Yo, que tiene que ver tío A con completar el coliseo, weón. Y me dice, no, que es lo mismo. Yo, pero no. Y me decía, no, sí, es lo mismo. Yo, ok. Yo creo que eso es como lo peor que usted puede llegar a hacer. Literalmente decir, ah, sí, este contenido es fácil, mae. Yo creo que por eso es que él no me escuchaba. Yo le decía, mira, no hagas esto. Le decía, tenías que aprender Oftic. Yo le decía, salís del pilar, no sé qué, nada. Y yo, ok, man. Le decía, no sé cómo le va a llegar a este hombre, pero creo que no. Creo que está más allá de toda enseñanza. Claro, uno no es la santa autoridad en esta cosa, o sea. Pero digamos, yo ya lo he hecho bastante, como le dije a Elma, yo, para saber en dónde te estás equivocando. Yo digo, si yo te digo algo, no es porque yo quiera hacerte sentir mal, no es porque yo quiera reírme, a ese no es el propósito. Pero te lo estoy diciendo porque a mí ya me pasó. El hombre, sí, madre, pero es que yo no sé qué, yo soy no sé cuánto. Y yo, vea, madre, yo digo, te voy a decir algo. Yo no sé cómo putas hace Steve A con solo el mouse, madre. Yo no sé cómo usted le explota la muñeca. Yo serio usar F-Keys para cambio de gear, para cambio de praise. Yo digo, si no, yo digo, no te veo nunca sacando un inferno. Y me decía, no, yo sí puedo, yo más, es que es muy difícil sin F-Keys. Y el hombre me decía, ¿verdad? Pero a las finales se rindió, tristemente se rindió. Me dijo, no, madre, yo no tengo tiempo para eso, así que... Y también fue tan confiado que él llevó como 20 millones de banco. Y me dice, madre, con 20 millones yo saco el coliseo. Yo, está bien, dele. Se quedó sin plata. Fueron como unas 40 muertes, es eso. Sí, son 40 muertes. Y yo, pero te dije que trajeras un teleport. De 20 millones es muy poco en el coliseo. Y yo, madre, sí, pero es que yo no contaba con morirme tanto. Yo por eso te dije lo del teleport. Nada. Pero era gritar en un desierto, madre. Yo decía, no, este mano. Ahí está este muchacho en la aire y me decía, madre, ¿cómo tiene tanta paciencia? Yo, perro. Yo quiero que el man en realidad aprenda, pero el man no quiere aprender. Digo, ¿qué voy a hacer? Insultarlo, weón. No lo voy a insultar. Ya le dije que hay que hacer. El man se sigue muriendo por tontera de él. A ver si se da cuenta en algún momento que tiene que hacer caso. Pero sí. Sí. Vos vas por el mismo camino que yo fui, que fue maxear y después aprender PvP. Es un buen camino. No, hombre, pero este muchacho, o sea, yo una vez, ¿verdad? Le dije, ma, tienes que irte a la derecha. Y le dije derecha porque aquí los puntos cardinales son irrelevantes porque el compás está viendo para el lado oeste. Entonces, el lado norte es nuestro lado oeste. Entonces yo le dije, perro, vea, para evitar confusión, ¿verdad? Te voy a decir de derecha a izquierda. Más fácil, ¿verdad? Y me dice, sí, más fácil. Yo le digo, vaya a la derecha. Me dice, ¿a dónde? ¿Aquí o allá? Y yo, perro, ¿cuál es la derecha y cuál es la izquierda? Yo, derecha, arriba, izquierda. Yo digo, ¿por qué te estás perdiendo? Ahí como que me frustré un poco y le dije, madre, perro, es derecha, izquierda, ¿cuál es su mano izquierda y cuál es su mano derecha? Y me dice, madre, sí, esa. Y yo, madre, perro, pero, o sea, estamos hablando de algo básico que se aprende en kinder. Derecha, izquierda, madre. Yo digo, no puedes, ¿cómo no me haces saber cuál es la derecha y cuál es la izquierda? Yo digo, o sea, te estoy diciendo que no uses puntos cardinales. Bueno, o sea, yo ya perdí o sea, yo dije, no puede ser, ¿cómo no vas a saber cuál es la derecha y cuál es la izquierda? Yo sentí como un episodio del Chavo, ok, vaya a la derecha y se iba a la izquierda. Y yo, no, este no puede ser real. Entonces yo dije, no, mira, necesito que practiques cuál es la derecha y cuál es la izquierda, no podemos proceder así, Yo digo, te digo norte y me dice que dónde es norte, te digo derecha, que cuál es la derecha. Yo digo, tiene que prestar atención, pero no puedo, o sea, no te puedo estar diciendo cuál es el punto cardinal, es el colmo. Pero, sí, disculpa, no sé qué. Yo, no, perro, yo digo, es que te concentras, yo digo, derecha es derecha, izquierda es izquierda. Pero si tienes la cámara mirando para otro lado, yo me ajusto. Pero no. No, o sea, este muchacho noruego, el aire, estaba muerto de risa. Me decía, este no puede ser serio. Yo, perro, sí. Claro, está súper enojado porque se pasa muriendo. Y me dice, man, no puede ser que sea tan bruto. Y yo, man, yo digo, perro, yo nunca le había enseñado a alguien así, pero, o sea, me está frustrando un toque que no sepa qué es derecha y qué es izquierda, man, y eso es preocupante. Yo digo, hasta le dije que no usamos puntos cardinales para que no tenga que estar viendo la brújula. Entonces, en una lo que pasó es que era como wave 7 o 6. Y solo me decía, ¿ahora qué hago? ¿Ahora qué hago? Yo, madre, ¿te acordás lo que hicimos en Wave 6 con tal vara? No, ¿qué hago? ¿Qué hago? ¿Qué hago? Dígame. Ay, me morí, madre, no me dijo nada. Yo, pero vamos de nuevo, esto es un coaching, esto no es un servicio. Yo te estoy diciendo que hagas lo que hiciste en Wave 6 con estos dos monstruos. Que te pongas en este lado del pilar y listo. ¿Pero en cuál lado del pilar? Y yo, el lado supremo. El lado supremo izquierdo, sigo acá. Y yo, no, mae, arriba. Y yo, me dice, ¿pero cuál? Y yo, ay, esto no puede ser. El aire está muerto de risa y me dice, mae, ¿qué es esto? Y yo, pero no sé. Yo al principio creí que estaba troleando cuando me dijo que cuál era la derecha y cuál era la izquierda, mae. Un poco preocupante, pero yo dije, mae, ok, puede ser que, no sé, estoy muy cansado o algo así, ¿no? El día siguiente me dice, madre, ya me levanté, no sé qué, y lo mismo yo. Entonces, él sí me hizo la pregunta, más, ¿se cree que yo pueda? Yo, pero la verdad no. Eso se está tomando mucho daño, los Feminix no se está moviendo donde yo le digo. Estoy diciendo que dejes este prayer pegado, no lo pegas. Es más, muy difícil, le digo, está muy difícil que puedas aprenderlo porque te estoy diciendo conceptos muy básicos como cambiar prayers y no lo estás haciendo. Te estoy diciendo conceptos básicos como caminar y no lo estás haciendo. Yo digo, entonces me cuesta mucho creer que vamos a llegar a algo. Y ahí fue donde me dijo, madre, bueno, voy a ver si le pago a alguien. Y bueno, madre, haga lo que quiera. Yo ni siquiera le dije, madre, no, tenga cuidado. Yo digo, vaya, madre, haga lo que quiera. No, nunca lo sacó, perdió 20 millones y me dijo que qué barbaridad, que cómo se había muerto tanto, que contenido, que por qué es tan caro. Yo le dije, madre, porque es como morirse en las Orbis o como morirse en cualquier lugar. Sí, prefirió pagar. Yo traté de explicar que es peligroso, que si algún día ya se implementa algo, cosa de que detecta servicios de manera precisa, él se vería perjudicado. Y no me hizo caso, me dijo, no, es que yo estoy harto, yo no tengo tiempo, esto es muy difícil, es mi mierda, no sé qué, yo qué, ya. Si usted quiere hacer algo, hágalo. Porque le mandé un video de YouTube que yo hice con Noxious Halbert, que fue para un amigo en Kik. Yo le dije, madre, mira, este video se lo hice a mi amigo Periodic y digo que él quería sacar el quiver. Y yo le dije, solo que él sí trabaja mucho y no ha tenido tiempo de jugar. Entonces me dice, a vos se lo sacaste a él. Y yo, pero no, lea el mensaje, te estoy diciendo que yo le hice el video para que él aprenda. Pero vos sacas esos... Y yo, pero voy de nuevo, man. Yo, no me estás leyendo mi mensaje. Yo no hago eso. Le hice un video a una persona para que viera cómo es con Noxious Halbert. Porque me lo pidió. ¿Ok? Y me dice, oh, sí, pero usted... Y yo, ay, man, no me preguntes lo mismo de nuevo, man. No estás leyendo el mensaje. Y me decía, sí, pero yo entiendo si usted... Y yo, ay, man. Yo, no estás leyendo, man. Yo, no sé por qué te cuesta tanto leer. Te estoy diciendo que no. Me vuelve a hacer la misma pregunta y me dice, sí, madre, pero sí quiero saber. Y yo, madre. No, fue algo increíble, madre. Yo decía, este madre tiene que estar troleando. No sabe qué es derecha, qué es izquierda, juega sin sonido, juega sin teclado. Yo digo, este madre no. A un punto el Aires me dijo lo mismo, me dice, este madre está troleando, ¿verdad? O sea, es un troll. Ahorita sale que dice que te está troleando. Y yo, ojalá fuera eso, madre. No es eso. Y me dice, ay, madre. Y yo digo, madre, yo enseño a todo el mundo, pero yo necesito que usted me colabore en querer aprender, madre. Digo, esta hora no es que usted se echa para atrás, se va a dormir y ya tiene el quiver, ¿verdad? Y claro, el aire estaba muerto de risa, me decía, madre, qué barbaridad, me dice, este madre como que le cuesta, y yo, sí, pero eso no es excusa, madre, yo le he enseñado a gente que le cuesta más, pero si ponen de su parte para aprender, este madre no. No, hombre, es que una cosa es que uno no sepa hacer algo, otra cosa es no querer aprender. Y se notaba en el tono, yo le decía, madre, pero usted en realidad quiere quiver, y me dice, sí, sí, y yo... pero no te veo como muy interesado, man. O sea, como no me veo interesado, yo, madre. Mira, vos estás aquí, o sea, te quedas quieto, te digo que te muevas, no haces nada. Yo, madre, como que no te veo como que lo quieras. Me dice, no, es que no sé qué, madre, yo soy muy lento con estas varas. Y yo, porque si las F-keys, entre dos personas lo tuvimos que convencer cómo se usan las F-keys, porque me decía que eso no, que... No, jamás, no. Este hombre llega al boss y yo me pego la lotería, man. Que era algo serio. Pero sí, ¿no? Yo a él le dije, madre, vea, estas son varas básicas. Yo decía, yo dije, mira, vos tenés Song of the Elves. Sí, yo digo, madre, mira, te voy a dar un consejo. Entra al Corrupted Gauntlet y no salgas de ahí hasta que lo domines, hasta que puedas hacer 5 o 4 KCs por hora sin morirte. Que por lo menos durante un día, ¿verdad? Aunque sea hacer unas 2-3 horas de Corrupted Gauntlet sin morirte. Pero cuando ya tengas ese concepto sólido, te quiere vuelva, man, porque creo que no estás entendiendo ni lo que es cambiar un prayer. Y yo digo, yo creo que vos tienes el concepto erróneo que aquí el daño se registra cuando te toca. Esto es daño inferno. Cuando hace la animación ya el daño se calculó. Y entonces yo le dije, madre, mira, yo necesito que, o sea, pongas de tu parte, ¿verdad, madre? Que en realidad te pongas como a estudiar las mecánicas de los monstruos, porque no vamos a llegar a ningún lado, ¿verdad? Pero me dijo, maje, ¿cómo es posible? No sé qué, es que el Corrupted Gauntlet yo no me alcanza el tiempo. Yo, maje, no se ha puesto a pensar por qué no le alcanza el tiempo. Y usted sabe que el tiempo no es el verdadero enemigo al Corrupted Gauntlet. Y me decía, sí, pero es que ese minijuego no me gusta, no sé qué. Yo, pero no te gusta porque no lo sabes hacer. Yo digo, si lo empiezas a hacer y eres lo suficientemente rápido y puedes moverte en el gauntlet y que te sobre tiempo en la base, yo digo, ya estás listo para aprender técnicas más avanzadas, que es cambiar los sprayers, hacer tal vara. Yo digo, pero así como vamos, le decía, no sabes ni cambiar los sprayers, man, y eso a mí me alarma un toque, porque en este tipo de situaciones tiene que saber cambiar los sprayers. Yo digo, ¿cómo va a hacer en la mantícora? La mantícora la hacía más o después le pegaba, entonces como que entraba en duda, le pegaba, cambiaba los sprayers diferentes e igual moría. Fue todo un proceso, la verdad. Sí, anda activo, claro. El mae pasa siendo tío, pero no sé de cuánto. No le robaron, lo que le hicieron es que vos has visto la resolución de la pantalla y todo. Lo puedes poner de cierto tamaño y todo. Eso fue que se lo cambiaron y no se lo pusieron de vuelta. Entonces él estaba furioso, pero no le hicieron nada. Pero sí, ahí sigue jugando. Ese tío ahí no sé cómo, pero ahí lo hace. Creo que es como dice Leiret, seguro las invocaciones que él usa son muy bajas. Y yo digo, puede ser, man. Sí, yo creo que Leiret tiene razón, que las invos de él deben ser muy bajas. Sí, no, yo tampoco. Yo siempre digo que yo prefiero no tener las cosas que tenerlas pagando. ¿Verdad? Pero eso es mi manera de ser, ¿verdad? Entonces, digamos, yo pienso así, hay gente en la comunidad que dice, no, ma, yo me sacan el aire, soy feliz, no me interesa el método, no me interesa arriesgarlo todo. Hay gente que es así. Yo es como que digo, no, ma, yo prefiero sacarlo yo y si no, no puedo y tener que modificar mi estrategia y aprender y ver mis fallas y todo, ¿verdad? Pero hay gente que no. Además es el perfecto ejemplo de por qué los servicios existen, por qué el mercado negro prevalece todavía. Hay gente que dice, yo me quiebro la cabeza aprendiendo, eso es para gente tonta. Yo solo quiero eso y me voy. Pero ¿quién sabe, man? Yo ni le pregunté cuánto pago. Yo dije, perro, mientras menos sepa mejor. Pero yo no me interesa saberlo, no me interesan precios. Me dice, no, ma, es que no sé qué. Me dice, yo le hubiera pagado a usted porque usted es de confianza. Yo, pero yo no soy de confianza. Nosotros no somos amigos. Y yo podría robarle todo a usted. ¿Y qué hace usted, man? No confíe en alguien solo porque o sea, tenga cierto rango, lo que sea. Es una tonto, man. No confíe en nadie. Pero bueno. Sí, pero eso no te limita a aprender, ¿verdad? Es como que digamos, no sé, no sepas hacer construction y le pagues a alguien para que te entrene en construction, solo porque no quisiste ver cómo se entrenaba. Pero si no, fue una experiencia que no voy a olvidar por mucho tiempo, madre. Todavía este muchacho noruego se ríe y me dice, madre, ¿qué fue ese coaching? Yo, pero no sé, madre, es como que, ¿verdad? Yo me dedico a enseñarle a la gente, pero siempre y cuando usted tiene que aportar algo, ¿verdad? O sea, como que prestar atención, hacer el esfuerzo, ¿verdad? Lo mínimo. Sí, sí. Ni idea, claro, uno no espera que todo el mundo le guste el contenido que se le gusta, ¿verdad? A mí, por ejemplo, Raids no me gusta, ¿verdad? Pero digamos, como terminen los proyectos que tengo pendientes, podría aprender, a mí no me molesta. Que me gusten, no, ¿verdad? Pero que yo no los vaya a aprender en algún momento, no. O sea, siempre tengo que aprenderlos en algún momento. El ISP es el proveedor de servicios. Pero sí, madre. Por dicha él, ¿verdad? Se fue por el lado oscuro y ya tiene su capa de inferno y lo que sea, madre, porque yo no me veía haciéndole coaching a ese mae de inferno. Yo dije, madre, imagínense lo que es explicarle a este mae de lazy play. Imagínense lo que es explicarle a este carajo Quantic Alternation. Imagínense lo que es explicarle a este mae el flinching, o sea, no, yo digo, este mae va a ser como un proyecto de verano, mae, jamás voy a terminar. Yo me imaginaba ese mae en un blob, yo decía, este mae se lo va a comer vivo un blob. Para explicarle todo eso a los tics y ¿verdad? Yo decía, madre, si este mae llega a entrar a SOC, o sea, ¿cómo llegaría si no sabe ni hacer tal cosa? Entonces yo como que yo entro en mí y decía, ojalá el mae no me pida que le ayude con el Inferno, porque si no está ni siquiera escuchando el Coliseo, que es más fácil, el Inferno yo creo que se va a frustrar tanto que verdad que va a terminar tirando la pantalla por la ventana, pero no, por dicha no me pidió. Porque madre, la verdad no tenía ganas. Era mucho que asimilar en muy poco tiempo. Pero bueno. Y yo le dije al man, es que no sea bueno, ¿no? O sea, yo voy al suave, yo no me lo tomo tan en serio. A menos que haya como un rare, pero... O sea, yo voy relax. Pero... O sea, yo le dije, lo mínimo que ocupo es que usted preste atención, digo, o sea... No quisiera que se fuera lo mínimo, pero el hombre nada que ver. Ahí hubiera escogido Frailty 3. No tengo 6 de Brew. Sí, más que todo eso, porque yo básicamente le dije, "Mae, pero el logro de qué sirve si no lo sacaste vos, ¿verdad?". No, es que yo quiero esto porque no sé qué, porque el max y no sé qué. Yo, bueno, está bien. Yo le dije, mae, esa capa o el queer no te hace mejor. O sea, sacarlo sí, pero... O sea, solo comprarlo, mae, como quiera, mae, digo, haga lo que quiera, su plata, pero... Pero sí, es duro, man. Es duro porque yo dije, pucha, esta madre no le puedo llegar. Yo ya llegué a un punto donde yo dije, no, esta madre no se puede llegar. Desde que le dije lo de las F-Keys se puso súper así como... Yo hago tío, yo sé lo que estoy haciendo yo. Ok, man. Yo le dije, man, el tío acaso en cada cuarto usted le quitan algo por un poder especial. Y digo, el tío es acaso, no sé, cuando usted va solo, lo que está haciendo, man, yo digo, usted puede salir como un RNG imposible. El tío usted tiene que oftiquear algo. Dije, la respuesta a todo eso es no. Digo, todo eso pasa en el coliseo. Yo digo, aquí usted cada wave que pasa le da una desventaja nueva. Y usted no las maneja, man, es imposible que usted pueda seguir con este. Me decía, no, es que tío es más difícil. Y yo, ok, man. Te voy a dejar pasar eso, man, porque yo estoy seguro que lo que estás diciendo no tiene sentido, porque todo es contexto de las invocaciones y si vas con gente o no. Y me dijo, no, es que cuando sin gente es más difícil. Y yo, ok. Pero sí. Rosso, vieras que yo sé que el blowpipe es bueno. Tendría que revisar el wiki porque antes yo me acuerdo que el Hunter Crossbow salía como una de las peores maneras de matar a Hydra. Yo creo que ese Sorry Crossbow en Hydra no es bueno. Pero creo que la gente está usando como el Hunter Crossbow como una estrategia rara. Yo nunca le vi el sentido, pero tal vez puedas usar eso. Pero yo sé que el Sorry Crossbow no. Es que el Sorry Crossbow, ¿cómo te explico? Es bueno para el especial, pero no es bueno para lo que es daño constante. Sí, el blowpipe es muy bueno. Es muy bueno. Podrías usar el blowpipe o Crystal Bow con Bofa, que creo que tiene 20 segundos más que el Bofa. Digo, 20 segundos más que el blowpipe, perdón. Pero sí, Sorry Crossbow más que todo es para la gente, por ejemplo, que quiere pegar con el especial o cuando hace un muspa o algo así, pero yo no he visto a nadie usando el Sorry Crossbow así como para Hydra o otros monstruos. Sí, para el especial, para pegar 110 con los Ruby Bolts. Sí, yo digamos, yo me acuerdo cuando hice un KC con mi main, con Sarah y Crossbow en el Inferno, era casi igual que el arma del Crossbow, no había diferencia. A nivel de DPS. Se puede decir, se ahorró tal vez unos 20 segundos, ni eso. Crossbows son como lo peor. ¿Verdad? No quiero insultar al crossbow ni nadie, man, pero crossbows no son buenos. Tal vez en Next, man. Alright, pero fuera de ahí. Voy a traerme un suéter, me estoy congelando, man. Ah, yo también he escuchado que Hydra con el Hunter Lance es bueno, nunca lo traté. Creo que cuando yo estaba en Hydra ese concepto era muy nuevo. Ni siquiera está en el wiki todavía. Entonces yo nunca lo traté. Yo solo fui con Blowpipe y después me compré el Tivo porque el Tivo está en 800 millones. Ok, nos vemos mañana. Adiós. Igual, igual. Diablo con estos dobles spawns.
This channel shouldn't be allowed.
Cocina. Excelente. Ay, Mike. Qué pies, Dios mío. Es cuestión de costumbre. Cierto. Vamos para este lado. No, el side. Como después de cada update, los simbos han sido una mierda. Lo de siempre, lo normal. Dios mío. Hay un dato curioso, digamos, abejas es fácil del 1 al 11, pero en el boss. Totemic es al revés. Las abejas solo estorban como al final, pero... Ay, qué mal me dio hoy, literal. Si no son los imbos, son los spawn. Qué bien. Y esa hora no era sobrevivible por volatilidad 2 más lo que tenía encima. Más abejas. Yeah, it does. Because you also do damage to a ranger. Yeah, it's not a bad choice. SGS is only useful for the ranger, the feminine ranger. For everything else, it's kind of useless. Okay. Yeah, of course. I left my Eldermole equipped and that happens. Great. Well, quick in the ground doesn't move. No, this is northwest, yeah. Why am I even attacking him? It's a waste of time. Okay. Not attacking side. Of course, they will spawn. This will be off the though. Not highly recommended, but I'm gonna brute force this. The reason is just that that solar flare makes it annoying, so Major only has 125. Sacrificing a couple of sips, not a big deal. This, if I went here, even though the Manticore was range and the other one is range, what happens? The ranger is far away. That makes it off tick, so it's not possible to alternate. You have to come back here taking some damage while, you know, avoiding that ranger. So yeah. Dude, another system update? What the hell is wrong with these people? Or is it a regular update? What did they break this time? Oh my god, Tivo is so embarrassing, like probably the worst weapon out of the three. He does this thing also on Inferno, like when you're finishing it's thing crap. Every time you wanna hit on Tivo, 0, 0, 0, 0, it's always the same. Restore, I don't know if it was at the boss, so... Mm. 2, 3, 4. Creo que ese system update es de mantenimiento general, mae. Lo veo es que hayan roto otra cosa, que es muy posible, pero... ¿verdad? Esperemos que no. Creo que me alcanza para hacer uno más y pues me voy a dormir. Espero que este update arregle lo que jodieron ayer, man, porque el RNG está pero asqueroso. Parecido al de la araña. Sí, ¿verdad? Colosseum is 12. What boss? Good timing. See you later. Not bad. Almost like 5 mil. Since this maintenance is coming, hopefully no more rollbacks, right? I'm gonna go eat dinner. I mean, dinner, breakfast. Let me see something. Or someone we can host.
Singing sweet.
Let's post this first. KC 1665. Yeah. I think I got the Relistory one yesterday, but in the morning before the update. So yeah. Hopefully no more pets, dude. I don't want more pets.